Welcome to D3Football.com Stag Bowl 43 coverage. It is Mount Union versus St. Thomas from the Salem Stadium in Salem, Virginia. Part of your D3Football.com coverage includes Pat Coleman, Keith McMillian, and Frank Rossi. And joining you for pregame coverage, Pat Coleman and Keith McMillian.
Thanks a lot, Dave. And we're here, yes, at Salem Stadium for Stag Bowl 43, joined by Keith McMillian, our 17th Stag Bowl broadcast together, if you can imagine that.
Really?
And get this, two purple teams here for the championship today.
Yeah, and two very good ones, Pat. Mount Union, the familiar face. St. Thomas becoming a more familiar face. This is now their second trip here in the past 4 seasons. These two teams faced off on this field in 2012. Mount Union won that game 28-10. But if you talk to people in and around St. Paul, where St. Thomas is from, I think they feel like this is a bit of a different program since then. They've grown since then, and just the way they came in off the semifinal, beating Linfield 38-17. Everything's gone well for them this season. Frankly, tonight, I think we're going to see pretty early on in the game, up front, how St. Thomas holds up against that Mount Union defensive front six. That's going to tell us early, how things are going to go for this team, because the weather right now down there on the field just does not look like the kind of weather where you'd want to drop back and throw 30 or 40 times.
Yeah, it does seem and if you if you go really far back and you remember the 2002 Stag Bowl, that's exactly what we're experiencing here. It is I would say about 25 to 30 mile an hour wind from the left end zone to the right end zone. Or let's say you're a Whitewater or a Mary Hardin Baylor fan, that epic semifinal down there, which would have been 2007, 2008, something like that, where the kickoff went backwards. It went 10 yards in the air and then blew backwards. That's the kind of conditions we're expecting to see, or we are seeing right here tonight. And for the team that wants to throw the ball more, that might be an issue.
Well, the thing about Mount Union is they have a quarterback who can really shoot it up the field. The ball just is live when it comes out of Therese Scott's hands. Down on the field, even with the weather like it is today, his passes look crisp. The balls, even with arc on them, looked good. So they may not dial it back a lot, but I would still expect them to try to establish the run, because they were so great last week against Wisconsin Whitewater in the 36-6 semifinal win. They ran for 306 yards. More than 200 of those yards were from Logan Nemeth, the back who's now become their main go-to back. They kind of split carries for about with 3 guys over the course of the year, but Nemeth has become the guy as we've gone further into the playoffs. Part of that's due to injury, but part of that is due to just how well he's run the ball. And so I would expect Mount Union to try to establish the run, but if they're going to throw the ball up the field, one of their most explosive playmakers is Roman Namdar. They get a lot of yards up the field from Tim Kennedy as well, so I don't think they want those guys out of the game plan. They're just going to have to be creative in how they get them the ball.
We are getting you, we'll have coming up, I wanted to say too before I got into what's coming up next is about the wind. When the guys on our pregame show chatted with Fritz Waldvogel, right, the former kick and punt returner for St. Thomas, he said this was not the kind of night he wanted to be attempting to field a kick.
No, and it's going to be a big difference maker in special teams, because punts are going to be hard to field, and that's going to cost 15, 20 yards, maybe a field position. If you just can't field a punt, let alone return it, you guys are going to be running side to side. Some of the punts in the pregame, you see the kick have that perfect arc, and then when it hit the top of the trajectory where the wind would take over, it kind of died out. I saw St. Thomas punter shake his head when he punted one time in the pregame. So that's the kind of night it's going to be down on field level. It's cold. Both these two teams are used to cold, but that's going to be a factor tonight.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back out, we'll talk with Vince Karras, the head coach of the University of Mount Union, on the pregame show leading up to Stag Bowl 43 from Salem, Virginia.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I wanted to start by asking you to kind of walk through your career to get to this point. I mean, you've had, from our watching of Mount Union football, there have been times where you've gotten a lot of carries, and now here, in the tail end of this season, you're finally the featured guy, the guy who's carrying the load.
Yeah, when I came to Mount Union, I was undersized, and I really had to put in a lot of work to get.
And we're back on the pregame show leading up to tonight's kickoff of Stag Bowl 43 between the University of St. Thomas and the University of Mount Union. And we're talking with Mount Union head coach Vince Karras, whose team is back in Salem for the 11th consecutive season. Usually I just say umpteen, but now 11 is stuck in my head. So congratulations, obviously, on returning here to the Stag Bowl.
Thanks, Pat. We're really enthusiastically looking forward to the game.
Obviously a year in which, and a playoff bracket in which you guys faced Wisconsin Whitewater potentially out of order, right? That was all the big discussion coming into the week, or into the tournament, and you guys handled them pretty well last week.
Yeah, and I think right now our team is peaking, and we're playing our best football, and it's the timing is right.
For those of us outside the program, it's hard for us to tell, what the progression arc is of the team, because you guys are just blowing the doors off of pretty much everybody you're playing for the first 12, 13 weeks of the season. But what have you seen in this Purple Raiders season? Where have you seen them improve?
Well, I think early on in the year we were trying to settle on what our identity was going to be offensively, what our strengths were, and what weaknesses were we going to have. And we didn't run the ball real great in the first game. We had a bye week after that, and really emphasized the running game during that 2-week period, and started making strides after that. And it seemed like the running game just kept getting better and better. The offensive line was gelling. We weren't shuffling a lot of guys around there. We were able to stay healthy, and that unit's had really good continuity for us this year. And Tyrese has evolved, I think, improved week to week, felt more and more comfortable, and his play has really been phenomenal for us when you consider a first-year quarterback, and the very few times that we've turned the ball over. I think that's been a key to our success offensively. And defensively, we had high expectations. We thought we would be pretty good. We have a lot of veterans in that group. A lot of guys that played in this game 3 years ago. So we wanted to meet those expectations, and I feel like up to this point we have, and that unit played their best game a week ago, I feel, and we want to build on that here this week.
Torrey Scott, I guess the pundits/fans were wondering how he would face a big test after, again, not having had as much of a challenge through the course of the regular season. He certainly seemed to pass that with flying colors last week.
He showed tremendous poise. He really did, and I think our team just feeds off of that. And our team was poised and reflected his poise, and his leadership has been outstanding all year for us, and just could not be more proud of him at this point.
So Nemeth has really emerged at running back for you guys over the course of the past several weeks. Was that something that was something that you were working towards, or was there more of a battle over the course of the regular season to see who would get those carries?
Well, we have a very good slate of backs. And I think if you look at their yards per carry averages over the last 2 years, it's pretty obvious there's some pretty good talent there. We were sharing carries for much of the year, and Jamal Johnson went down with an ankle injury, and then BJ went down with an ankle injury, and those guys were 2 and 3 on the carries, and all of a sudden Logan needed to get a few more carries and kind of pick up that group a little bit, and I wouldn't say we were totally surprised by it, but he really picked us up there, and now it's he's got the hot hand. It's hard to take him off the field.
Yeah, it does seem like there's always there's a bunch of guys at Mount Union over the course of the last couple of decades where, if somebody goes down in front of them, there's somebody and then probably somebody else behind him to pick up.
Yeah, and I think that's having that kind of depth is what's allowed us to continue to make it down to Salem over the years, and allow us to have good football teams. And we talk with our team about owning their development, and you have to come to work every day, and really want to improve and embrace the grind. And we're fortunate to have a lot of football players that do that, and I think Logan is the epitome of that.
Defensively, obviously you guys gave up 35 points to Wesley a couple of weeks ago, but I know you had some guys banged up. A lot of familiar names, right? If someone's been following, even if only following in the Stag Bowl, they should know who Alex Kochev is. They should have heard of Trey Jones, Tom Lally, Mike Furta, Haichu, all of those guys.
Yeah, there's really some veterans there, and we did give up some points against Wesley, but I think Wesley was an outstanding football team, and Joe Callahan was an outstanding quarterback, and we overcame that and managed to hold on. Our offense, picked us up at the end last year, at the end of that game, and got that last touchdown. But we've had to play great passing teams. We've had to play outstanding running teams. We've had some challenges along the way, and I think the experience of these veteran players, there's just not much that you can throw at them that they haven't seen, and we're hoping that experience and the motivation that they have to kind of put those 2 losses in week 15 the past 2 years behind them and finish their careers with a win. I think that'll help us this week.
You mentioned facing great passing teams, great running teams. St. Thomas, some weeks they're a great running team, some weeks they're a really good passing team. I suspect they're more of a running team against you guys, but what do you see from them? What do you seen on film?
Well, I think you have to look at their most recent game, to get an idea what are they going to build on, what did they do well, what are they going to build on, and I mean they just ran the ball up and down the field on a very, very good Linfield team. So I think they will stay balanced, but I think that we'll see more running game than passing game. Certainly, that seems to be what they're doing the best right now.
Any takeaways for you guys from having faced them in 2012? I mean, there are actually some personnel that are back. There were freshmen that are seniors now, but other than that, anything that sticks in your mind from the last time around?
Well, the one thing about St. Thomas is, and I admire this, is they're a little bit unpredictable. They'll do about anything in the kicking game. They have a lot of trick plays offensively. They are very aggressive defensively, so you have to prepare for attacking, blitzing, and a lot of quickness there. So we just have to be ready. We have to be prepared. I don't think we can put our guard down on any given play. And they had a fake field goal against us in 12 and got a touchdown off of that. And maybe we relaxed a little bit too much on that play. But I think that's the biggest thing is you have to be ready on every play. They give you so much to defend.
Yeah, how much extra preparation time does it take as a coaching staff, and then how much of that gets passed along to the players, especially when you've got a compressed week like this?
I mean, you have to spend time on it, and I think that's that's one of the reasons to do it is to force your opponent into spending other time into other areas other than just concentrating on your bread and butter. But we've tried to at least introduce it so far in the week, and give them a taste of it. We'll build on that the next couple of days down here at practice. But it's a lot. It's a lot to defend.
Let's head to Coach Vince Karras. His Purple Raiders back in the Stag Bowl. We'll be back in just a minute.
For the love of the game, but for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that. A lot more.
Sure, the game is important, But as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. And in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
At the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
And we're back on the D3Football.com pregame show leading up to tonight's kickoff of Stag Bowl 43 between the University of St. Thomas and the University of Mount Union. And we're talking with St. Thomas head coach Glenn Caruso. First of all, Coach, congratulations on a great season so far. Welcome back to Salem.
Thank you, and congratulations on a great year for D3 football. Seriously, it's been unbelievable coverage. The writers are doing great, and really appreciate what you do for D3 football.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. First off, I got to ask you, what's the bigger impact for you guys this year? Switching around 12 guys and completely retooling the defense, or the find of Jordan Roberts just kind of landing in your lap?
Both are really big, but if you had to pick one, I would say it's probably the invent of doing some position moves on the defensive side. A lot of the same guys, Pat, but in a whole lot of different positions.
Yeah, so I was talking with Coach Kaczynski off the air, obviously, about this a little earlier this week, and it seemed like there was some soul searching by you guys after the way the Tommy defense performed last year. Yeah,
if you want to be real honest, and we're always a real blunt group, I think the way that we played defense last year was not just subpar, but sickening at times. I don't know how many games we had played. It was like 84 or 85 in the first 7 years. And out of those 84 or 85 games, our 5 top highest point totals were in the second half of last year in like a 6-week span. And we really had to, there's a lot that goes in. It's not just one thing or one player. It's not just one coaching call or how you do one thing. It's a lot of things. But I think it was led by the fact that we had to put some new guys in some different positions. And I think in doing so, we took the same guy and made him more athletic. And I know you can't literally do that, but I think you understand what I mean.
Yeah. Also, this past offseason, you took players to Italy, you took players to Canada. You guys had a lot of opportunity to get some work in the offseason, too.
Right. So, when we started doing this, when we first got here, I think a lot of people thought we were crazy with the foreign tour, and then you realize like 6 of the 9 teams in our conference are now doing the same exact thing. So I think they know it's a good deal. If you look at the seasons, Pat, that followed those springs, you're talking about our 2009 season where we went from 7-3 to 11-2, and really had our very first playoff game and our very first playoff run. It was three weeks deep. It's pretty awesome for your first playoff experience. And then again, being back down here 3 years ago in Salem in the national championship game, and then this year. So I think what it shows, certainly there's a lot of reasons why, but I think the more time you have an opportunity to spend with your kids, the more they can learn and really start gelling that team as early as possible, the better off a team is.
Guessing you don't want to wait until 2018 to have another year like that. I want to ask about your secondary. Last week, obviously, Linfield had some opportunities in the passing game. They got some separation on you guys, and Mount Union has a couple of really good receivers as well.
Yeah, I mean, Linfield's a real deal passing the ball. Joe Smith does. I mean, he's on the tip of the spear when it comes to innovative passing at this level. Certainly their quarterbacks. I've heard people say the last couple of days, oh, yeah, the quarterbacks looked out. Let me tell you what. When those guys came in, they put a couple of those on a dime. Yeah, they missed a couple of plays, but no one's going to be perfect. We did give up. I would say there were 3 plays that we cut a guy loose or let a guy loose, or that's not fair to say. They just won the battle, and they work real hard too, and the pass wasn't completed. I'm thinking about 2 deep out routes and then 1 deep down the middle of the field that weren't completed. And, the one down the middle of the field is a little unacceptable, but you can't cover everything. And part of the reason why we weren't as good as we should have been last year is because we tried to cover everything. And there's a balance there. Certainly you don't want to do it to the point where it's going to lose you a game, but my gosh, if you try and have the chalk last on every single situation, you're going to run yourself ratty. And we've done that, so we decided not to do that this year.
Your secondary actually has an unusual advantage. It doesn't happen very often in D3. You've got 2 corners that are over 6 feet. You actually have, I think, a height advantage against some of the key guys in the receiving corps for the Purple Raiders this weekend.
Yeah, it's certainly the anomaly, and it's kind of funny because Moses Aquinaby is actually a pound and a half heavier in a corner than our starting outside linebacker and sack leader, Jesse Ado. So it's kind of weird how that works. But, so Mo's a guy who played in this game 3 years ago. JY on the other side, Jordan Young. Is a guy who played against us for Elmhurst in 2012, and both have really grown into their bodies, and not just like it just happened. They work tremendously hard. We do, it's not going to be every year that you have 2 corners that are 6'1" plus. But, when we had Brian Villar and Brady Irvin at safety for those 3 years, we knew that, hey, it wasn't going to be every day that you have 6'2", 210-pound safeties that are very athletic. So when you find what you have that's a benefit or an asset to you, you use it. And those guys are playing really well. Not perfect, but really well right now.
If you guys have to pass to beat Mount Union on Friday, what does it look like for you guys?
Well, I think that's a bit of a misnomer. I mean, I think it's not going to be a 5-step, throw it up all over the place. But, I mean, look, a lot of people, everyone can say what they want. All I do is I'm able to feel how I want and judge people based on what they say. That's all I have, right? I'm fine with that. But there's a lot of people that say, well, they're a run team. Well, you know what? When given an opportunity to run based on leverage points, we run, and we're amply capable to do that. Last week, you run for 380, 400 yards. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was somewhere in that neighborhood. And then the week before, Johnny Gould's got to throw the ball 50 times for 400 yards to beat Wabash, and he does that. So, when we say we're balanced, we are through the whole year. But when we find a way that we have to attack a certain team in a game, if we have to do that, I don't need to fill a quota in terms of run-pass calls. I just need to move the ball.
The run game, obviously, a lot of talk. Roberts. Kaiser, maybe a little bit. Roberts again. But Waldvogel too, right? But tell me a little bit and tell us a little bit about Dom Trucolo.
And I can't mention Dom, and he's phenomenal, but I can't mention him without mentioning Matt Christensen, Greg Krieg, and Charlie Dowdle. Yeah, you got it. The 3 tight ends and the fullback, and those guys. I mean, here's Dom Trucolo is eminently qualified to be a tailback at a lot of schools. I'm not going to sit here and say he could start tailback every school in the country. I hate when coaches say that, right? But he's really, really good, and he could play tailback, and he does play tailback for us quite a bit in our one-back sets. But his embracing of his role and being a fullback has been phenomenal, and he just has you look at him, and he's a pretty thick kid. He's a strong kid. He's a flexible kid, but just his intuition is really good, and you don't really see it unless you want to look for it because he has 0 stats, so you really have to be watching. And, he's the one that paves the way for the tailbacks that are behind him, and he does a great job. He's not perfect, but I think there's a confidence and a trust level in whatever tailback is in the game of the 3 you mentioned, and even Tucker Treadle at times, where, if it's Gray, follow Dom, because I know he's going to lead me to the best option I have at this time.
Does it concern you a little bit? Mount Union prepped for Whitewater last week, runs a lot of similar schemes, or at least a lot of personnel groupings that are pretty similar, stuff they hadn't seen a whole lot during the course of the regular season, but now they see 2 pretty similar teams in a row.
Absolutely. I mean, everything about Mount Union concerns me at this point. That's why you're head coach, right? But I think the fact that they faced a team that had a very similar style probably helps them feel more comfortable about, the carryover of their game plan from last week to this week. And the simple fact that it wasn't just a scheme similarity. I mean, they're really good players that are doing that. You and I sat there before our game, Pat, and a week ago we watched that game, and I remember telling you how impressive those 3 tight ends from Whitewater were, and I think they are. But I also think that, we do things in a little bit different fashion maybe than they do. And a lot of it has to do with maybe our play action game that comes off of that. But yeah, there's no question there. I mean, they've seen the best and they've beat the best so far to this time, and now there's only 2 left.
Special teams, you guys obviously put a lot of stuff on tape a few weeks ago. Last week it was a little more vanilla. Do you have stuff in the bag for this game?
Come on. I mean, of course we do, right? I'm not going to tell you all what it is right now, but I think it's interesting. Pat, you really have a keen eye for all those little kind of picadillos, I guess, that a coach has. I remember you had made a comment about a month and a half ago when on your podcast, it was beautiful. You didn't even talk about what the play was, the one that got 2 million hits on ESPN. You simply said, it's playoff time when they're putting plays like that on film for teams to get, but you're right. I mean, special teams, look, everyone says special teams a third of the game. It's not a third of the game. It's 28% of the game if you look at our last 8 years. But it's a good portion of the game. But it's a place where a lot of yards can be traded, stolen, and a lot of hidden yards that will never go on stat sheets. When you see a guy like Nick Wallvogel hustle his butt off to sprint to catch a punt where he fair catches and gets no yards, it doesn't show up that it doesn't hit the ground and get 20 yards. When we fake a field goal and we run for a first down and a touchdown, it shows up as 6 points on the scoreboard, but I think in some ways it's maybe worth more than that because of the manner in which it happened. So even though it's only logistically 28% of the game, I think the biggest emotional swings occur on special teams. And, we're not afraid to utilize, as we've said many times, our leverage points. We're not a trick team. We're not. There's good football, there's bad football, and when there's leverage to be had, we'll take advantage of it if we have the opportunity to do so.
I got to ask you a question, and this is the last one, but I've been probably wanting to ask you for about 3 years. The way the 2012 Stag Bowl ended, you guys playing all the way to the whistle, even as Mount Union is trying to kneel down and end the game. Do you regret that? Do you feel differently about it now? Would you continue to do it? Would you do it on Friday here?
Yeah, I would absolutely never regret giving my players an opportunity to play a final play, ever. And I find it not just ironic, but I guess I would find it asinine for a coach to ask his kids to give him 60 minutes and a coach not return that with allowing them to play 60 minutes. And I don't care what the situation is. We've told you before, scoreboard has never nor will ever dictate what we feel our identity is. We will dictate what our identity is and how well we think we play. And, it's easy for a lot of guys to say, oh, he's still running plays and it's a 2-score game, it's a 3-score game. Let me tell you what, I could give a flying leap what those people say. You look into Michael Velasano's eyes. You look into the eyes of the guy that say, you know what, I want one more play, coach. Can I get one more play? And they're not saying it with their words, they're saying it with their eyes. And if I was in that situation, I would hope that I would have a coach. That would take advantage of every single second. So, yeah, I don't feel the least bit bad about that.
I get the point. You're up by a few scores and you want your other kids to play with the full playbook and all that. I certainly understand that. I'm talking about when the other team is kneeling down and the game is over.
Yeah, look, I can't control the other team, right? My paychecks are signed by University of St. Thomas, not by any of our opponents. So my constituents are our players at the University of St. Thomas, and I'm not going to judge myself based on what anybody else thinks. I'm going to take care of my constituents, the players at the University of St. Thomas, period. And I don't care what the other team does if they want to throw it. Look, I've been on the other side of things when a guy wants to throw a ball or keep running. You know what I say? I say good for him. I've been on our sideline a lot this year. I'll tell you this, a lot, where we're beating a team and it's 4th down and they're down by a couple of scores, and that coach punts the ball when he sure, in my opinion, could absolutely go for it. And I see the deflation of their players on their sideline. I'm not going to do that to my kids. I freaking love my kids, and I'm going to give them every opportunity to compete. The other team could do whatever they want. I'm not trying to be a rude guy. I'm just telling you, my constituents are our players at University of St. Thomas, and I will fight until I die for those guys.
Glenn Caruso, the head coach of the Tommies. We'll be back with more after this.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Welcome back to our coverage of Stag Bowl 43 from Salem Stadium here in Salem, Virginia. Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian. And Keith, one of the keys to this game has been the way and the resurgence of the Mount Union run game. And looking at the way that the running has been kind of divvied up over the course of the season, it started off being more on B.J. Mitchell's plate, and then lately it's been Logan Nemeth.
Yeah, the carries really are well split. And part of that is because they have a stable of talented backs. Jamal Johnson is also in there. Mason Minnick got carries in some games. And part of it is because they're so far ahead that a lot of times, even though they're running the ball with their third and fourth string running backs, and the backups get a lot of time there. But as we've ramped up into the playoffs, Logan Nemeth's carries, you've seen him during the season. They were 12 a game, 15 game. He had I think a high of 22 during the season late in the year against Ohio Northern. I guess that was more midseason. But then postseason, every game's been 20 carries. He had an 18-carry game, 20, 27. And last week, he had the huge game against Whitewater, and who better to have it against to go over 200 yards. He had the big run that put Wesley away when Wesley started storming back. He took a run through the middle, cut to the outside, down the sideline, a 74-yard touchdown run in that game. He's got 1,700 yards on the year, and but he's fresh right now.
I had an opportunity to talk with him earlier this week, and let's hear what he had to say.
Where I am now, but every year I feel like I've gotten a little bit better, and my responsibilities is picking up more and more every year. But like I said before, I've always trained to be the starter. I've always wanted to be the starter and get these carries. So then now that I am, I'm ready for it just because I feel like I've put in the work for years. So it's finally coming together, and we're having a good season. So.
Late December, a guy who had 25 or 30 carries a lot over the course of the season might be pretty tired, but I would imagine you're a little fresher than that.
Yeah, I'm fresh because we have great running backs, great quarterback, and we're really balanced. So at the beginning of the year, I didn't have to take too many carries. I was probably around 10 to 15 a game. So late in the season, I'm feeling really good, feeling fresh. So that's always a plus to have all the depth that we have. So.
St. Thomas has faced some pretty good running backs, some guys who will be on the All-American list this season. What have you seen from them on tape? What are they doing to opposition? What do you hope to try to to find to take advantage of?
Oh, they're doing a great job of taking away any gaps that are open. They're a big, physical, fast team. They're well coached. They blitz a lot. We just got to do our job. We gotta get some blocks, and there's gonna be times where I gotta break some tackles. That's just how it is. But we see a couple areas that we think we can have some success, but we gotta execute at a high level because they're a great team and a great defense. So it's gonna be a good challenge.
Yeah, the combination that you mentioned, big, physical, and fast. That's not something that happens a lot at the D3 level.
Oh no, not at all. But we just got to get ready this week. We got to have a good week of practice, which we've had so far. But like we said, we're ready for the challenge, and they're a great team. So nothing but our A game is going to get the job done. So.
One of the things that sticks in the back of our head coming into this week is that you guys, you face the team that's been kind of your nemesis for the last however many seasons in Whitewater and beat them last week, and then try to regroup and remember that this is one more game for the championship. How focused do you think people are?
Oh, we're really focused. Like we didn't come to Mount Union to beat Whitewater. I mean, it was a great team win. They're an awesome team, and they beat us the last 2 years. So it was good to beat an awesome team like that. But our goal is to win the national championship. So we enjoyed the win, but that's not why we came here. We're focused. We're mainly senior led, so we all know what the goal is, and if we don't win this week, then that win's really not for anything. So we just gotta do our job, and we're focused. So.
That's Logan Nemeth, the starting running back for the Mount Union Purple Raiders. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back out, we'll get you up to kickoff of Stag Bowl 43, and we'll bring you Keith McMillian's Keys to the Game. We're listening to Stag Bowl 43 coverage on D3Football.com from Salem, Virginia.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
And welcome back to Salem Stadium, the site of Stag Bowl 43 here in Salem, Virginia, the University of St. Thomas against the University of Mount Union. I'm Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian, Frank Rossi, our man on the sidelines. And should we start with Frank? Sure. Let's go ahead downstairs to Frank Rossi for an update.
Glad to join you guys for my 9th straight Stag Bowl on the sideline while my lips can still move, because this is the coldest one I've been in attendance for. 33 degrees right now, wind chill at 22 degrees. It's gusting at 13 miles per hour, and it's actually gusting at 34 at times, and I believe it down here, guys. It will affect the game. We'll talk about it throughout the game. Back up to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Frank, and stay warm. By the way, this is the coldest that weather that St. Thomas has played in all year, even though coming from St. Paul, Minnesota. But Keith, we've got a couple of minutes here before we get started. Let's talk over keys to the game for Stag Bowl 43.
Well, the biggest and most obvious key, and there's several keys, but the biggest one is just how this St. Thomas offensive line matches up against the Mount Union front six. St. Thomas, this is huge for Division III. Across their front line on the offense, they average 306 pounds per man. All right, just for comparison's sake, Mount Union averages 268 per man. St. Thomas doesn't have a guy who weighs less than 287. Not to mention, they have 4 seniors on the offensive line and a junior. So that offensive line, and to be honest, and Coach Caruso said this in the pregame, you got to count the tight ends as part of that offensive line too. They'll use 1, 2, sometimes 3 tight ends. How those guys match up against the Mount Union front six is going to be a big key to this game. We'll watch the first 2 or 3 drives. If they're getting the push that they got against Linfield last week, this game is going to go the Tommy's way. If the Mount Union defense played the way it did against Whitewater, which has a similarly big offensive line, then we may see a Mount Union win. Other keys to the game: Roman Namdar, the big playmaker for Mount Union at wide receiver. A lot of times he has a speed advantage and a size advantage. He is over 6 feet, not quite 200 pounds. Both St. Thomas cornerbacks over 6 feet and over 200 pounds, converted safety, one of them. So that's a big key to the game as well. I think this wind is going to affect the kicking game. The wind will affect deep passes along the sideline. But Therese Scott looked good in the pregame throwing the ball, so the passing game may not affect him. The wind may not affect his passes quite as much as they affect John Gould.
So Mount Union won the toss, and they will take the ball back deep to receive. For the Purple Raiders, it is there's like number 34 Logan Nemeth and number 20 Austin White. A bit of a change up from previously. In all honesty, Paul Gropner, the kicker for St. Thomas, is likely to kick this one out of the back of the end zone. He's got the gusts, the 30-mile-an-hour winds at his back, and he has to work with a holder because the ball will not stay on the tee. But we are ready to get started here in Stag Bowl 43, and Gropner's kick is away. It is a line drive, and it hits about 8 yards deep in the end zone and skips all the way to the back. So we will take the opportunity to bring you the starting offense for the Purple Raiders. And they go across the front with that offensive line that Keith mentioned. Left tackle, number 56, Brooks Jenkins, 6'4", 260-pound junior. Michael Frank is a left guard, 6'2", 270-pound senior. The center is Mitch Doherty, 6'0", 275 senior. At right guard, it is Tyler Baker, 6'1", 265-pound senior. And Matt Fidget, the right tackle, at 6'4", 270 pounds. Therese Scott, the starting quarterback, he's working out of the shotgun with Logan Nemeth behind him. 2 receivers and a flanker split to the right, and the first is a give to Nemeth, and Nemeth across the 25 down to up to about the 27, where it'll be second down. The St. Thomas defense, 3-4 front. Anthony King Foreman and Eric Sutton are the ends, with Ryan Winter the nose guard. The inside backers are Tim McClanahan and Steve Harrell, and Alex Stevenson and Jesse Addo on the outside. The safeties, Bennett Salahowski and Isaac Searing, and the corners, Moses Aquinaby and Jordan Young. Second down and 8 here for the Purple Raiders, wearing the white and black pants, and it is a quick swing pass out on the near side, complete across the 30 up to the 30-yard line, complete to Kennedy, his first catch of the game. He's the team's leading receiver, at least in terms of catches and yards.
Yeah, 80 for 978, 5 touchdowns. At 5'10", 170, more of a typical D3 body. He's a worker bee too, so you'll see him get the ball quite a bit. And that time, Mount Union just wanted to give him the ball, get the ball to him in space, the quick screen down the line, and let him run with it.
And there's an official timeout. So Jordan Hargrove shaken up on the play, the Mount Union wide receiver. He will come off. The Purple Raiders have the ball at the 37-yard line when we resume. A quick hitting play to Nemeth, and then a good play action, I thought. It looked like they had the ball in Nemeth's gut, then he pulled it back out and threw that little swing pass.
Yeah, you'll see Mount Union get creative offensively. The first play was a sift block. Basically, they took the tight end, lined him up as a wing, and pulled him back across the formation and let him block for Nemeth. And then the second one was just a read option, and then they pull that and throw the screen, the bubble screen down the line to Kennedy. Look, this injury could be significant. Jordan Hargrove is probably Mount Union's third receiver, third option, third leading receiver. He has 46 catches on the season, but they're also missing Octavian Wilson today. He only has 11 catches on the year, but they're down 2 wide receivers already, and this isn't the deepest Mount Union receiving group we've ever seen. We've seen some really good Mount Union receivers. These guys have sent a couple of guys to the NFL. Jasper Collins as well is playing in the CFL, so they've had receiving groups that have been deep and numerous, and right now they're down 2 guys.
Yeah, Robin Namdar is the lone wideout to the left. 3 receivers to the right, including Lane Clark, the tight end, lined up in the slot. 1st and 10 from the 35, and Scott on the keeper, and he is hit for nowhere. Tried to dance his way out of it and was stopped right at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd and long.
Really nice tackle, Eric Sutton, and I'm not sure if it was Trace Adams or who the other person was in on the tackle, but the point is, Therese Scott is so shifty that St. Thomas is going to have to tackle well.
Here's throwing on 2nd and 11, and throws for Lane Clark, but it is in and out of his hands, incomplete.
Back to that point, Therese Scott is fast. He was a wide receiver in this game last year, scored a touchdown. He was basically so talented that Mount Union felt like they had to find a way to get him on the field, even though he was Kevin Burke's backup at quarterback last season. So this year, he takes over at quarterback. He turns out to be a great passer, but he has an ability with the ball to move in a way that not a lot of athletes do. He's shifty in small spaces, and that helps him buy time to pass a lot of times, and he can run with it.
3rd and 11 at their own 37. Play clock down at 7 seconds. Here is the handoff to Nemeth, trying to find some space, cuts back to the middle, but he goes nowhere. And once again, the St. Thomas defense right there up the middle to swallow him up. It'll bring up 4th down.
Anthony King-Foreman was the first player there. He's a St. Thomas defensive end, was an outside linebacker last year. St. Thomas basically made a lot of switches. They moved 12 players on their 2 deep on defense. Wally Kaczynski made that decision that he wanted to be faster, sacrificed a little bit of size up front to be faster to the ball, and that time you saw it with Anthony King-Foreman's pursuit and the 3rd down tackle of Logan Nemeth.
So the punting unit is on, and the kick is a low line drive kick because it's headed straight into the wind, and it will be it'll just roll. Nick Waldvogel lets it run all the way down to the Tommy 21, and that is where the St. Thomas offense will set up shop here for its first possession of the first half. Now, earlier this week, we had the Gallardi Trophy winner, a guy who had gotten to Mount Union for 35 points, Joe Callahan, the quarterback from Wesley. I had opportunity to have a conversation with him, and we will try to bring you some of that here throughout the course of the evening. But the St. Thomas offense is taking the field. Left tackle Will Hilbert, Richie Donovan, the left guard, Stefan Sauer, the center, Zach Brennan, the right guard, David Simmet, the right tackle, Charlie Dowdle, the tight end, on the field as well. And here's the give on first down to Jordan Roberts. Got room across the 30, the 35, first down, 40. Nice tackle in space by Will Heitschuh, the safety, but a big pickup on first down.
So we told you in the keys to the game, the key is going to be how St. Thomas with that 306-pound per man line up front does against the Mount Union defensive front. That time, just a simple power run off tackle for Jordan Roberts. And look, he's a guy who can break tackles upfield, but he didn't have anybody touch him for about 6-7 yards on that one. First down for St. Thomas on the first play of the game.
Roberts, 1,957 yards on the season coming in, and now 1,978, something like that. Here's another give to Roberts. Hits a tackler and pulls forward for another couple of yards. So it'll be 2nd down and 8. Rounding out the Tommy's offensive starters, we mentioned Charlie Dowdle, the wide receiver. Jack Gilliland at wide receiver. Nick Waldvogel, Dom Trucolo, the fullback. And there's some changes here as Trucolo comes off. Pete Fitzsimmons comes into the game. Roberts comes off, and Waldvogel will go and stand in the backfield as a running back.
And he was a running back last season before Jordan Roberts landed in St. Thomas's lap in the offseason.
2nd down and 8. Tommy's from their own 42, going left to right across your computer monitor here in the first quarter. And a penalty marker comes out. Here is the handoff. That's actually Jack Kaiser. Goes up the middle, just short of midfield.
Going to guess they don't have enough men on the line of scrimmage because the both line judges or the officials lined up on the line of scrimmage on both sides were the ones who threw the flag.
Our officiating crew out of New England.
Offense, 5-yard penalty. Still.
The referee, Barry Fowler. Umpire Rob Chabati, Craig Carew, the head linesman, Anthony Inzerno, the line judge, Tyler Perry, the side judge, field judges Derek Murphy and Steve Verbridge, the back judge. These ECAC officiating crew, and that will wipe out a big gain on 2nd down, and instead it will be 2nd down and 14 for St. Thomas back at their own 38.
And while we're mentioning officiating real quickly, in this game there is replay. Now this is not the case in across Division III for most of the season, mostly because the games aren't televised and it's not fair to have replay when there are no television angles.
That makes it difficult.
Not fair, not possible.
It's fairly impossible, and this play is whistled dead before we go anywhere after John Gould took the snap.
So after a couple of encouraging plays,
5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
Sorry, after a couple of encouraging plays at the start for St. Thomas. Get a little bit of the jitters here, not lining up correctly, and 2 5-yard penalties for St. Thomas puts them in 2nd and 20. That's the kind of thing you'd expect from a first-time team here in Salem, but this is not necessarily a first-time team.
Need to get to the Purple Raiders 48. Here's Gould on a screen on a quick drop and going nowhere. In fact, the pass was dropped. So it'll be 3rd down and about 19 for the Tommies from their own 33-yard line.
Interesting play design as you had Charlie Dowdle block for about a half a second and then release down the line of scrimmage toward the center, and it was basically a middle screen, but a middle screen to a tight end who had blocked for a half a second. Usually when you see those middle screens, it's for a slot receiver, and that time they tried to get it in the hands of one of their best playmakers, which is the 6'4", 238-pound senior tight end.
So 3rd down and very long for St. Thomas here at their own 33-yard line. Gould in the shotgun with a running back beside him. That is Kaiser. Looking to throw is Gould. Throws a quick out in the flat to Dowdle, and he is hit at the line of scrimmage and goes nowhere. So a gain of 0 on 3rd down and 19, and St. Thomas will be punting with the wind at their back.
Well, really nice coverage there by Mount Union because Mount Union brought 5 and actually may have brought 6, but St. Thomas picked it up, so John Gould had plenty of time. He just didn't have anywhere to throw, and so he had to take that check down by the sideline there, and St. Thomas will punt.
Often St. Thomas will punt with its starting offensive unit on the field, but here they have switched out and they've brought the punting unit in. Pete Fitzsimmons, who is the punter in name, has only punted the ball 13 times all season. And it is a high kick. And running way back to take it at his own 10-yard line is Kennedy. Comes up to the 14 and is stuffed there. So a huge punt of 54 yards and about a 5-yard return, and not great field position for the Purple Raiders.
The guy who made the tackle was this is what's great about St. Thomas. The guy who made the tackle was Joe Reed, and Trace Adams was in on it as well. Now, St. Thomas, they give you a lot of looks, and trickery on special teams is part of what they do. And that time they lined up all 3 of their gunners on the right-hand side.
Let's send it downstairs for Frank Rossi. I hear he's got an update.
Wide receiver Jordan Hargrove will not be joining his offense onto the field for now. It looks like a right ankle injury. They're trying to work on him, trying to tape it up, but every time you put pressure on it when he stood up, he definitely was in a lot of pain, but they are still trying to get him back into the game. We'll keep you updated.
All right, did you hear the wind down there? But thanks a lot, Frank, for that update. 10:13 to go here in the first quarter. No score in Stag Bowl 43. Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian, Frank Rossi on the sidelines. Dave McHugh, our producer here for D3 Sports and DMAC Productions for our 17th Stag Bowl. And you look good. I feel pretty old, but you look good.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. I feel old as well, just because you said we've done this 17 times in a row. It is part of the season for us, for our lives, and for a lot of these Mount Union fans as well. They sort of built this week in before Christmas. They know they're going to be in Salem, spending a week down here watching their team compete for a national championship. Now, since 1993, Mount Union's been here every year but 3.
Yeah, 2004,
Albion
99,
right?
93. I can't go back that far, man.
Well, there was there's the 2004 game, there is the 99 game, and then there's the one that Albion and Washington Jefferson played. There may be one more there in the 90s, but I believe
lacrosse versus Rowan. That was the thing.
Mount Union's been here pretty much every year. So as a Mount Union fan, and just as we are, we sort of build this into our calendar every December. It's part of the holiday season. The holiday for us, though, is getting to watch 2 of the best teams in Division III square off.
And Mount Union will start with the ball at its own 15-yard line, going right to left across your computer monitor here in the first quarter. Scott gives the handoff to Nemeth across the 15, pushes his way forward to about the 17-yard line, a gain of 2. It'll be 2nd down and long.
So Mount Union did line up 3 wide receivers on that play. That's a pretty typical formation for them. But remember, they're down 2 guys. So the receivers were Kennedy, Namdar, and Braden Friss, a sophomore whose name you may not have heard very often during the season because he only had 8 catches, but you may hear him quite a bit tonight. Purple
Raiders going into the wind here in the first quarter. Scott takes a snap. Here is another handoff to Nemeth. Nemeth gets a little bit of room, jukes at the 20 up to about the 23-yard line. It'll bring up 3rd down and 2.
So one of the keys to the game we didn't get to talk about was how St. Thomas really enjoys blitzing. They do it some games, as many as 90% of the plays. That may be an exaggeration, but that's what people inside the program say. Haven't seen a lot of it tonight. I don't think they felt like they've needed to, and really they've done a nice job of tackling well. They're not letting Logan Nemeth break tackles and turn short runs into longer ones.
That was something that cost Wisconsin Whitewater last week in that game that Mount Union won 36-6 to get here to Stag Bowl 43. 3rd down and short. Scott out of the shotgun, trips receivers to the near side, and looked like he was trying to run a draw up the middle, but there was nothing there. Right there immediately to get him Tim McClanahan and then Ryan Winter as well.
Yeah, that's the nose guard and the inside linebacker. Those guys came up the middle, but as we talked about, a blitz was happening. Jesse Addo was coming off the side, the right-hand side, and so the offensive line got concerned with picking up the outside linebacker blitz and forgot about, or I guess they didn't forget, just they got beaten off the line by Ryan Winter and Tim McClanahan up the middle. And those are the kinds of plays that probably during the season, Therese Scott shakes those guys and turns that into a long run.
Here's another line drive punt, and Waldvogel calls for the fair catch in Mount Union territory at the 48-yard line. We mentioned that we had an opportunity to talk with Joe Callahan, the starting quarterback for Wesley College, and let's hear a little bit of what he had to say about what he saw in facing the Mount Union defense.
Going up to the game, we were watching film, and the Purple Raiders just give you a ton of different looks. They have a great defense. I think they're ranked number 1 in the country. So it was just all in the preparation, and even that, we had a few mistakes that hurt us throughout the game, and with a defense like that, you can't have any mistakes because they'll capitalize on everything.
Trey Jones, obviously a big-time player for them in the secondary at cornerback. What did you see from him?
Well, he's a lockdown corner. I think he got hurt in that game around midway through the second quarter. He went out, but he was a guy we were definitely aware of, and especially in the passing game we had to watch out for because he's known to jump passes and make big plays.
And up front, we've talked a lot about Lally and Ferda and those guys up front this season.
Yeah, they were also problems. If you look at Mount Union's defense, they're just consistent across the board with great players. Lally and Ferda, they really stood out as people that we were going to have to pick up in the run game and pass game with all the different looks that they give us.
In the end, Keith, all he really said was a lot of nice things about the way the Mount Union defense played. I know that, as he mentioned, they did have the opportunity to take advantage of some spots where Mount Union was banged up a little bit. Trey Jones maybe not at 100%. He didn't finish that game, and some of the defensive players have changed in the Mount Union secondary since then. But that's he's a guy who can sling the ball all over the field. And I don't think that John Gould is necessarily a Joe Callahan type quarterback.
Yeah, and some people from St. Thomas will say if Gould had to throw a lot more, he would put up big numbers. He doesn't have to throw in this offense because it tends to be a run-based offense, and when they hit their pass plays, they are big plays. The main person that's out in the secondary for Mount Union is Josh Stewart. He's the spur, which is basically the free safety in their 4-2-5 defense. Zach Deere is the guy who's in for him, and he's a 215-pound junior. So a guy who's a junior, you have 2 other safeties back there, and Coach F and Haichu. They should be okay back there.
I formation for the Tommies with Trucolo in front of Roberts. 1st and 10 at the Purple Raider 48-yard line. 7-step drop. Gould looking long down the left side and is thrown and incomplete. Player's feet got tangled up. It looked like I'm not even sure which receiver was going long down that side, but basically got tied up. There was Charlie Dowdle. That's why I'm thinking of him as I'm looking for him over the middle, and he's running straight down the left sideline. He really is a guy who is both a wide receiver and a blocking tight end.
Sure, and to be honest with you, since St. Thomas doesn't need wide receivers that often, they use Charlie Dowdle as a wide receiver. Nick Waldvogel, who is a wide receiver, they put him as a running back, and as you heard in the pregame, Dom Tricolo, the fullback, can play tailback.
Gilliland wide to the far, Waldvogel to the near, but here's a handoff up the middle for Roberts, and Roberts goes nowhere, and it'll be now 3rd down and 10 for the Tommies.
Yeah, actually right on cue, that was Tricola who got the handoff because he's versatile. So they throw a deep pass to their tight end who had lined up as a wide receiver, then they let their fullback line up as a single back. They don't go single back all that often, but when they do, Tricolo is the single back.
Tight end comes off the field, and Ryan Bradley, an extra wide receiver, comes into the game here on 3rd down and 10. Still at the Purple Raider 48, the Tommies. No score here. 7:32 to go in the first quarter of Stag Bowl 43. Quick drop for Gould. Gould looking to throw. Pass is complete, and Gilliland tries to stretch it and gets it across the 35-yard line. More than enough for the first down.
So Mount Union brings a blitz here with Jonathan Gunnell, their senior middle linebacker, and that blitz is picked up. And so we've seen that a couple of times now tonight. Mount Union trying to bring some pressure, not getting home, and that's basically what opened up the pass there for St. Thomas's first down.
Yeah, Gilliland with a nice catch there in traffic. He's a guy who's seems to have dropped more balls than he's caught at some points for the course of the season. 25th catch on the season, moves the chains, and St. Thomas at the 34 of the Purple Raiders. Gould running behind Trucolo, cuts up to the right, almost gets to the 30-yard line, about the 31 before he is met by a host of Purple Raiders. It'll be 2nd down at about 7.
So this is what makes St. Thomas difficult to defend. Last play out, 3 wide receivers. This play, 3 tight ends in. Trucolo, again, as the single back and 1 wide receiver split wide, and then they just direct snapped to Gould, and it was Alex Kochev, the Gallardi Trophy finalist on Mount Union's defense, who came up to make the stop.
Semi-finalist, but that's okay. It's hard to. It's the one time when Mount Union doesn't have a finalist. Here is a give to Roberts on a 2nd and 6, and he gets about down to the 30-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 5.
Well, there's one of the rare times so far we've seen Mount Union's defensive line win at the point of attack. Pretty much everybody won, and that kept. Or everybody basically 2-gapped, which means they were able to hold their blocks up, and that kept Hank Spencer, the senior will linebacker, free to come in and make the tackle on Jordan Roberts.
It'll be 3rd down and 5 here for St. Thomas. In all honesty, actually in field goal range here if you trust the wind, but this would be a this would not be outside of Gropner's range, possibly even on a calm day. Here's Gould looking to throw on 3rd down, being chased out of the pocket, and finally just throws it away to preserve the field position. And this would be a 47-yard attempt here for Gropner, a guy who's 8 for 12 from field goals on the season, has hit from as long as 51, but also St. Thomas could have easily thrown Gropner out there and then not done anything, but instead they're going to keep their offense on the field here.
Yeah, St. Thomas is known for going for it on 4th down, and that's built into their thinking when they play calling on 1st down.
I mentioned Fitzsimmons has only punted 13 times this season. Gould has punted 11 times as well. They could occasionally quick kick from this position. I don't see it here. They're only about 10 yards to gain because the punt would almost certainly go in the end zone. Looking to throw. Gould on 4th down and is over the head and a little bit behind his intended receiver. And looking for an interference flag, but the ball is uncatchable and thrown behind him.
Well, I don't know. I think the flag did come out.
I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it came out late and deep in the end zone from the deep side. It's going to be on Kochev, who was over the back of Charlie Dowdle.
Pretty much at that point did what he had to do, right?
So basically, this is a 4th and 6 play.
The flag went out.
Pass interference, defense, 15-yard penalty, 1st down.
I was just talking about the flag getting caught up in the wind. That's why it wasn't easily visible.
Well, that's a huge penalty for Mount Union's defense. But to be honest, the way Dowdle broke on that route toward the flag, that's a touchdown if Kochev doesn't get in there and have that pass interference call. So in college, 15 yards, forget about the spot of the ball. It's a 15-yard penalty. That'll set St. Thomas up with a 1st down on the 16-yard line.
And they've got a compact set here, double tight end, with Trucolo and Roberts in the backfield and a wing back in Campbell. And here is a toss to Roberts. Roberts runs out of room and runs out of bounds after a very short gain. It'll be 2nd down and a long 9.
So I don't know if we properly gave credit to kind of how gutsy a call that was on 4th and 6. Not that there's a whole lot to lose field position-wise, but that's very much a part of what St. Thomas does.
Holding. Offense, number 80. 10-yard penalty. Still 1st down.
What I mean by that as a part of what St. Thomas does is that they know when they're on, they fielded that punt on the 49-yard line. So they know really when they start calling that succession of plays that they're going for it on 4th down, and that enables them to run the ball and sort of be conservative on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down because they know they're going to go for it on 4th down.
Here they're facing a 1st down and long back at the Purple Raider 25. Two receivers, one to each side, looking near side for Waldvogel, and now into the end zone for Dowdle, and Dowdle unable to hang on to the ball, bobbled it and corralled it, but he was out the back of the end zone.
Yeah, now we may have our first review of the night. Will Heitschuh was in coverage, but Dowdle clearly tipped it to himself, caught it as he went out of bounds, and I think the call quite correct on the field. Good coverage there by Heitschuh, but if Dowdle is able to hit the first time it hits his hands, if he's able to bring that in rather than tip it to himself, it's there. It's a touchdown. I mean, he just doesn't. He just tips it to himself.
Yeah,
he doesn't haul it in right away.
Doesn't secure the ball until after he's out the back of the end zone.
So,
but they are going to stop and look this over. I know if looks like if Caruso is using one of his timeouts to challenge it here.
And look, let's talk about the difference between college and pro football. You only need to have.
The field was an incomplete pass. That play is under review.
You only need to have 1 foot inbounds, and then because of the way the replay system is, the replay rules are set up here in the Stag Bowl. The DV Sport guys up here in the press box can initiate a review. They'll actually radio down to the referee and tell him, "Hey, we're going to look at this. Why don't you pause the game?"
Yeah, because that would be helpful. Yes, they have the opportunity to do that. And, of course, Keith, as we've mentioned many times before in previous Stag Bowls, just because the game isn't stopped doesn't mean the play isn't being reviewed. They're constantly reviewing, and as if necessary, they will buzz down to the official on the field as they are doing so here. I just don't feel like he has actual possession of it. He does grab it with one hand and kind of tucks it against his helmet and does clearly hold on to it with one hand. I just don't know if that's fast enough.
There's also an opportunity for each coach in this game to challenge, so to get a review basically on the coach's request, and that's not something that is the case in D3, so that's something that takes a little getting used to for the coaches. Now, both these guys had those rules in place last week during the semifinals, so they've had a dry run with it. But what I think is kind of standing out about this, not so much the review, but that we've seen St. Thomas go up top a couple of times, and that's something that we talked about. Fritz Waldvogel had mentioned on the podcast a couple weeks ago. And if you're a longtime listener and a fan of the coverage here at D3 football, then some of these inside things. Gould can throw the ball.
Had control of the ball and his foot in bounds. Touchdown.
Touchdown St. Thomas with 5:03 to go here in the first quarter. The Tommies take a 6-0 lead on a ball to the end zone that was ruled incomplete and then overturned on review.
So remember before when you guys thought I was silly for suggesting that we might have our first review of the game?
Yes.
Turns out we have a touchdown catch by Charlie Dowdle. I guess that's not going to be a clip that we keep for the archives.
Maybe not. But Dowdle's 10th touchdown catch of the season. That brings on the extra point team where Dowdle is the holder and has taken those balls and run for a 2-point conversion. But here, Gropner's kick is through the uprights, and so with 5:03 to go in the first quarter, St. Thomas takes a 7-0 lead. We will take a break, and we'll be back with more here from Stag Bowl 43 in Salem, Virginia.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that, with what we were given, comes a special obligation.
An obligation not merely to work towards a personal best in the classroom or in the sport we love, but rather an obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. For Special Olympics athletes, victory belongs not only to those who first cross the line, but to all of those who compete and endure.
They are challenged in ways we cannot imagine. They are survivors who test themselves harder and with greater joy than we will ever know.
Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours. time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn, as we all do, that in giving we receive so much more in return.
Sport ennobles us, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
Back out here in Salem, Virginia, with 5:03 to go in the first quarter. The University of St. Thomas is struck first. They lead Mount Union 7-0. Keith, Mount Union here in the early going in terms of total offense, not a whole lot to go on. 14 yards compared to 65 for St. Thomas, and 48 of those were on that drive.
Yeah, I thought a big key to that drive, of course, was the touchdown catch and the going forward on fourth down, but where they started field position-wise, they took over on Mount Union's side of the field, and that has to do a lot with St. Thomas's defensive performance so far in the game.
Now, this is a year that's been a fantastic year for both of these teams. Mount Union has only trailed by a total of 10 minutes and 10 seconds all season. That is about to start ticking now as Gropner is about to kick again with an assist from a necessary hold by Chris Pearson.
Remember, Mount Union's been going into the 17-mile-per-hour wind with its first couple of possessions. When that direction changes in the second quarter, they'll have the wind at their backs.
Kick out the back of the end zone once again for Gropner, so the Purple Raiders will start at their own 25-yard line.
If you tuned in expecting a shootout,
you didn't read our predictions then.
That's correct. These two teams, part of the reason you see a little bit of this back and forth early on is because that's the style these two teams have been able to play. You want Mount Union, or Mount Union wants to establish the run. They did that so well last week, and it helped them. And also because of the weather here today, you just don't want to be throwing a lot of deep balls into this wind.
Therese Scott with flankers and backs on either side. Here is the give on first down, cutting back to the right side across the line of scrimmage up for a couple of yards before being brought down. It'll be second and long.
That's inside linebacker Steve Harrell on the tackle, one of the few sophomores starting for the St. Thomas defense, mostly juniors and seniors. And they've tackled really well so far. I can't think of a missed tackle.
Yeah, Nemeth picks up 2. So it'll be second down and 8. Not a lot of teams have been able to run with success against St. Thomas this season. Here is a Scott pulling it down, looking to run with it, and is going to get wrapped up by the Tommies defense in the backfield. Looks like McClanahan leading the charge there once again, and now it'll be third down and long.
So and you go back to why he pulled it down, and that's because Alex Steveson, the outside linebacker, dropped off a little bit in coverage, and he basically had Roman Namdar on a slant. If Scott felt comfortable, he could have tried to thread the needle there, but he played it a little cautiously because the cornerback was over the top. That was Iquinobi.
Here is a pass that is tipped and incomplete. Looked like coming in to knock it away, Bennett Selahowski. Pass intended downfield for Roman Namdar, trying to get it into double coverage that time, and the safety came over and knocked it away.
Yeah, and maybe he's kicking himself for not trying to thread the needle back there on second down on the slant to Namdar because Iquinobi,
there you go.
He was over the top of that, and it was Alex Steveson who had dropped back into coverage. There may have been a lane there, but Scott is probably used to pulling it down and finding someone else break open. That time he didn't do it, and then on third down, tried to, and pass was incomplete.
Here's Adam Snyder to kick into the wind once again, and it's another low line drive punt that hits at the Purple Raider 45 and is downed there before it could take a St. Thomas bounce. And this combination, Keith, just a couple of opportunities, right, for Mount Union. Scott can't get into a rhythm because, they're not moving the ball, they're not moving the chains. Do we have, I'm looking, 1 first down for Mount Union.
Yeah, they actually went from 14 total yards before that drive to 12 total yards after their third possession. So it's everything's going St. Thomas's way now, but don't underestimate the importance of having that wind at your back when you want to throw. Mount Union, when they flip these sides in the second quarter, if Mount Union's offense suddenly picks up, do not be surprised.
And here, St. Thomas will come out with 3:49 to go in this first quarter. At the Purple Raider 46-yard line here, with the big package, the double tight end set, and one receiver's Fitzsimmons. Here is a toss, and it's Roberts trying to get around the right side. He does get across the line of scrimmage down to about the 44, but it's only a pickup of a couple. Now, the Tommies have tried that a couple of times now so far, Keith, and Mount Union's done a good job extending out of the line and not letting him turn the corner.
Yeah, really great pursuit there by the Mount Union defense. Big credit goes to number 12 is not even on the two deep. But the guy who came up and made the...
That's Josh Stewart, the injured guy.
Oh, well, he's not injured anymore, apparently.
Not so much.
He came up and was able to string that play out, and they had run that from the far hash and to give Roberts an opportunity to turn that corner.
Here's 2nd and 8, and handoff to Waldvogel in the backfield. He is stacked up at the line of scrimmage as well, so this will be 3rd down and 8. One thing I saw a couple weeks ago, Keith, Waldvogel against Wabash, similarly built team up front, and didn't seem to have a whole lot of success in a couple of instances where he was given the ball, and he did not there either.
Yeah, but the reason he didn't have success is not because Waldvogel's didn't pick the right hole. It's because Mount Union's defensive line stood everybody up at the line, and that starts with Tom Lally, their All-American defensive tackle.
3 receivers out to the left side, the far side. Dowdle, receiver to the near side here on 3rd down and 8. 3-step drop for Gould, being chased, and he is hit right away. No time to react whatsoever. And who is it on the sack? It's Tom Lally with his 19th sack of the season.
Right on cue. Look, the guy has defensive end speed and he has defensive tackle strength, and that time he used both of those. He got off the line quickly, and then once he was underneath the guard and bending around, he basically looked like a defensive end coming around the end there and tracked Gould down from behind for the big 3rd down sack.
It'll be 4th and 18, and there is Gould punting it away, and it will go all the way into the end zone, so a touchback brings it out to the 20-yard line, just a 31-yard net, but that is what St. Thomas does in a lot of cases, Keith, that you force the other team to keep its offense on the field and maybe not sell out to try to return a punt when you have your quarterback punting it away.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, one of the leverage points, as Glenn Caruso said in the pregame, that St. Thomas looks for. But if you're Mount Union right now, very, very encouraged by the way that defensive possession just went, because they stood up to St. Thomas's blocking.
Every sack for Lally at this point in the season is a school record for sacks in a season. Looking to throw here on 1st down, looking over the middle, and knocked away in the secondary for the Tommies. Jordan Young comes up to make the catch or to knock it away, and it was looking for Namdar deep downfield.
Look, why wait till you're in the second quarter to throw that deep ball? Well, that's why. Roman Namdar had his man beat, and that's Jordan Young, the big senior cornerback, the guy who started his career out at Elmhurst. He was beaten, but Scott couldn't put enough on it. It was a deep post. It's a touchdown maybe if it's going the other way.
3 receivers to the far side here on 2nd and 10. Here's a quick pass swung out and hit Tim Kennedy in the hands and then knocked off his hands incomplete.
Well, last time he couldn't put enough on the deep post. That time on the bubble screen put too much on it. And I don't know if it's the wind here that's messing with Scott because he has to throw a little harder into the wind, or just because he throws that ball, it zips out of his hand on a regular day, and maybe that was just too much for Kennedy.
That's a Kurt Rocco pass, right?
Wow, you had a couple of deep pulls. I mean, you pulled the weather, the wind in 2002, pulled the 2007 semifinal in Whitewater and Marriott and Baylor.
Kurt Rocco threw hard. Let me tell you, he should have been a pitcher. Here is Scott on a scramble, a designed draw up the middle, and he converts for the 1st down across the 30 up to the 33-yard line. So the Purple Raiders move the chains here with $1:53 and counting to go in the 1st quarter, trailing 7-0.
Well, that time we didn't have to worry about how much Therese Scott put on it because he just tucked it and ran, got some good blocking in the middle of the field. And then basically once he's out in open space, he's got the moves of a shifty wide receiver, which he was last season, or running back. But you got to give a lot of credit to the block downfield by Logan Nemeth.
1st down and 10 from the 33. Here's another quick out. This time Kennedy hangs onto it at the 30 up to about the 34 for a short gain and bring up 2nd down at about 9.
Yeah, Mount Union's trying to get that bubble screen going because the running lanes are not there up the middle, so they're basically subbing that quick pass to Kennedy in as a short run play.
Yeah, Keith, that's the sort of thing we see teams do against Mount Union in the Stag Bowl or in other playoff games when they can't run. Here is a give up the middle. Nemeth across the 35, up to the 40, and it'll be 3rd down and 3.
Well, the run was there that time, and it was Lane Clark, the tight end, who's the lead blocker on that play. So here's a guy who's been split out. He's done, and look, he's lined up as the wing back again. This is the sift play that they ran before.
3rd down and 3 at the 40-yard line. Once again, Nemeth, at this time he is hit at the line of scrimmage and goes no further, and straight up the middle is the man who brought him down. I don't know if that's Sutton or Winter or King Foreman, one of those 3.
Well, if I could tell from up here that this is the play when Lane Clark, when he lines up as a wing back, basically in between the tackle and the guard, and he's going to pull across the formation, or sift, as some people call it, and basically be the lead blocker. If I knew that, then the St. Thomas defense probably knew it as well.
Purple Raiders going for it here on 4th and 2 from their own 41-yard line. Going into the wind, and long snap count by Scott. Play clock at 5. 3 receivers to the far and 2 to the near, and looks like they're just going to take the delay of game, let the quarter run out, and punt with the wind at their back in the 2nd quarter. That's what they're going to do.
It's good coaching right there.
You acted like I was the one who did that.
No, I was giving credit to Vince Karras.
Please reset the clock to 1 second.
Oh, nope. Not quite. Did not quite calculate correctly, so they are going to have to punt into the wind here in the 4th quarter. But the clock will the clock run after a delay of game?
Yeah, because it was a running clock.
All right.
If
we had our officiating guy down on the field who might tell us something. Frank is confirming. So this it sounds like the clock will still run anyway, and the Mount Union will still have an opportunity to run it out. Glenn Caruso looking for a clarification here on the sidelines that they are going to bring out the punt return unit just in case they need to or decide to kick into the wind.
So as of now, still good coaching.
Yeah, I mean the play clock's running and the game clock is stuck at 1, so they're going to punt it away. Nope. They're going to keep it, and the going for it on 4th down, do not even get back to the original line of scrimmage. And Adam Brandt, the man who comes in and brings him down and sniffs that one out. I mean, if you're St. Thomas and you know you like to fake and your defense gets to practice against that, then you may know a little bit more likely that that's coming. And Glenn Caruso all fired up about how his defense performed there.
Yeah, look, Adam Brandt is a freshman, and he's not on the 58-man travel roster if he's not paying attention to his job on special teams, because St. Thomas is plenty deep enough to have juniors and sophomores play special teams. But Brandt's here, and basically the only guy who can make that stop made it.
We're at the end of the 1st quarter with the University of St. Thomas leading the University of Mount Union by the score of 7-0. It's Stag Bowl 43 from Salem, Virginia. We'll be back after this.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
I'm a current Division III student athlete, and I remember how intimidating the first year of college can be.
So if you're a first-year student athlete and nervous about coming out as LGBTQ, I pledge to stand by your side as your ally.
If you can play Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I believe student athletes can help break down the barriers of exclusion.
I pledge to support and encourage my teammates
to support my campus's LGBTQ student group
by volunteering and participating in events.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I believe that everyone should be educated on LGBTQ issues.
I pledge to work with my athletic department and my campus to foster dialogue and create a community of support, respect, and pride.
If you can play in Division III.
We are Division III student athletes, and you can be too. If you can play in Division III.
Back here at Salem Stadium in Salem, Virginia, Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian, Frank Rossi on the sidelines here from Stag Bowl 43 on D3Football.com. And St. Thomas got through the first quarter with the wind at their back, and they came out of it with a 7-0 lead. And now St. Thomas will start the second quarter with the ball in excellent field position after a failed fake punt attempt does not result in converting the fourth down.
Yeah, we praised it as good coaching because they were trying to kill the clock and then punt with the wind, but it turned out to be maybe a questionable decision by going for the fake and not getting it.
Let's get Frank downstairs.
Hey guys, one of the best crowds I've seen in my 9 years here, but we were talking about the St. Thomas contingent. This is about the largest Mount Union contingent I've seen in the seasons they played here in the Stag Bowl, which is every season I've been here. So the crowd very healthy overall on this cold night.
We'll see if they stay healthy. Thanks a lot, Frank. We may have a lot of Dayquil sales out in this area. Here is a handoff to Jordan Roberts on first down, a pickup of 3. That'll be 2nd and 7.
The field position after the fake punt for St. Thomas, they take over on the 34 going in. And remember, their first touchdown drive, it wasn't a dominant drive by any means, but they took over on the 49, hit a touchdown pass to Charlie Dowdle. Now they're on the 31-yard line with 2nd down here.
Total offense in the first quarter, St. Thomas was 60 yards compared to 31 for Mount Union. They're 31 on 18 plays. Here is another toss. This is again to Roberts, room at the 30, across the 25 to the 20. Tripped up, but after he crossed the first down marker, it was Hank Spencer getting a hand on him about the 20, and he is tripped up and falls at the 19.
Yeah, there have been plenty of good plays.
Oh, look at that hole.
Where sorry, you cracked me up. Long story short, Mike Furta was supposed to seal the end on that one and got sealed, and that's what enabled Jordan Roberts to have so much room.
3 tight ends on the field for the Tommies. Again, room for Roberts to run down to the 15, to the 14, a pickup of 6 down to the 13 on first down.
Yeah, same play for St. Thomas. Quick toss to the left-hand side. They're following their big blocking side of the line. They'll go, like as we mentioned several times, they'll use 2 tight ends, they'll use 3 tight ends, they'll flip both tight ends in the formation if they want to. And one time we saw them go 3 wides all day, but mostly we'll see multiple tight end formations for St. Thomas.
Especially, I would suspect, here in the second quarter as they are going into the wind. St. Thomas seemingly really well built for this opportunity right here. 2nd and 3 from the Purple Raider 13-yard line. Here again is room for Roberts to run across the 10, slips forward for the first down across the 7, and is down at the 6.5. It'll be first down and goal from there.
Well, different formation that time, but still the toss to the left for Jordan Roberts. This time the double tights were to the right-hand side, and basically it's a weak side toss for Jordan Roberts, but he still was able to pick up the first down. And now this is St. Thomas flexing its muscle.
St. Thomas ran well to that side against Linfield last week in the national semifinals. Again, with the 3 tight ends set here for the Tommies on first and goal from the 7. Gould running to the left with a block from Chucolo ahead of him, but doesn't get much of anything. It'll be 2nd down and goal from the 7.
Yeah, that time Elijah Berry won, and I couldn't tell if Lane Breyer was in there as well. No, that was LaShawn Luke, backup will linebacker, number 33, not number 93. He came in and basically blew up that play. Big stop for Mount Union there because the momentum had started to build for St. Thomas. They're getting 4 and 5 yards a clip, or more than 5 yards. That really starts to wear your defense down, not just physically, but I think your what am I looking for? Morale is what I'm looking for.
2nd down and goal from the 6. 53 yards rushing for Roberts here, and he gets the call again, and he piles his way down to the 1-yard line. Now let's see if this gets looked at, because everybody up here thought it was in, except for the what's the H stand for? Except for the official here is the only one saying that it is head linesman.
Head linesman.
That guy.
So
they need 2 letters on the back. I'm sorry.
Look, here's an interesting thing about that play. Tom Lally destroyed his man, but he's on the far side. He's on the right-hand side. St. Thomas is running almost exclusively to the left, so they're running away from Lally, and they're running toward the strength.
They're taking another look at it here on the replay in the booth, and his knee sort of goes down. that they're going to keep playing here. Is 3rd down and goal from the 1, and Roberts tries to cut back. It does not get in the end zone, so it'll be 4th down and goal here for St. Thomas. And this whole play, in all honesty, Keith, I'm not sure St. Thomas really knew what they wanted to run. Dowdle was running off the field, and Caruso was yelling at him, no, go back in. They're switching personnel. Mount Union's switching personnel.
Well, I think it's the right call. Heitchu made the stop on 2nd down, and on 3rd down, LaShawn Luke was in there again making the stop at the 1-yard line.
So here's 4th and goal with Roberts in the I formation. Now Dowdle splits out wide to the far side. 4th and goal from just beyond the 1-yard line. Up 7-0 here in the second quarter. And here is the handoff, the toss, and Roberts goes into the end zone for the touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe they were going to do anything but toss left on that play, the play that got them here, basically the whole entire drive, the big block on that play was Stephen Sauer, the center, who made, and look at Glenn Caruso just fired up. He made the block. Dom Tricolo, the fullback, also helping there. And look, Jordan Roberts barely got in, but the toss to the left was the play of that entire drive, and set up by the fake punt that failed by Mount Union, giving St. Thomas a short field.
And the flag comes out here before Gropner has an opportunity to kick the extra point.
Look, but by no means is that a dominant 34-yard drive.
No, and really no 34-yard drive should be considered dominant. But as you said, they imposed their will, and that's something that St. Thomas and David Simmet last week specifically said that was something that they aimed to do.
Offside, defense, half the distance.
Well, if they want to fake, this is it's now a yard and a half instead of 3.
Well, Glenn Caruso's been known to do it.
Everybody knows it's coming, though. This is or that it's possibly coming. This is not a surprise to anybody, unlike perhaps in the 2012 Stag Bowl when everybody but us was surprised. In this opportunity, I think St. Thomas has gained a lot of notoriety for its special teams play. This is into the wind, but Gropner should have no trouble here.
I was going to say that it's into the wind, and that may increase the chances of a fake.
Hold is down, kick is on the way, and it is good. So with 10:59 to go here in the second quarter, it is 14-0 St. Thomas. They score in the first with the wind at their back. They score in the second with the wind at their face. We'll take a break, and we'll be back for more after this.
For the love.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
The game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that.
It's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
Our obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn that in giving, we receive so much more in return. Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
Back out here in Salem, Virginia, 14-0 our score. University of St. Thomas up on Mount Union. Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian, Frank Rossi on the sidelines, and Dave McHugh, our producer, our spotters and statisticians, Ryan Tips and Adam Turr, keeping an eye on things that we might miss, perhaps counting the number of times we talk about the wind. But now Mount Union will have the wind at its back, and also they'll have an opportunity to actually return a kickoff.
St. Thomas is up 14-0, 10:59 in the second quarter, but this is a huge drive for Mount Union. The first one with the wind, as we've mentioned, and also they've had a couple opportunities, open receivers down the field. Therese Scott hasn't hit them yet, but you can believe that they're going to throw the ball on this drive. The run game hasn't worked so well so far. Not terrible. Logan Nemeth, 7 carries, 22 yards, 3.1 per carry. Mount Union, 31 total yards to this point in the game. 3 possessions. They haven't gone so well, but it doesn't feel like they're out of this thing yet. They just got to stop giving short fields to St. Thomas.
Lewis Berry and Logan Nemeth standing back at their own 10-yard line, and Gropner's kick is on the way. It is short. It stops dead at the 25, and Berry has to pick it up after it bounces, cutting around the other side. And this works out well for St. Thomas, is coming to pursue on special teams and making what would essentially be a tackle for a loss is Jeremy Molina.
So Gropner's first kick going the other way went out of the end zone. This one landed at about the 22-yard line, and the up-back, LaShawn Luke, didn't have any interest in catching it. He's going to let his man in the back do the work. Lewis Berry almost didn't get up in time to get that. He had to take that on a bounce.
And they lost 7 yards on that return. It literally is like it hit a wall at the 25-yard line and dropped right there. That's what the wind is like. I suspect Gropner's kicks, if he kicks into the wind again, will be lower. Here's a quick swing pass out to Nemeth. On the near side, make that Kennedy, and he is across the 20 up to the 23-yard line, a pickup of 6.
Well, that's the bubble screen, and the catch is fine for Kennedy, but the yardage gained really goes to Roman Namdar's block on safety Isaac Searing for St. Thomas. He's the one who sprung it to made it about a 5-yard gain.
Second down at the 23-yard line. Therese Scott out of the shotgun, and a handoff and going nowhere right away. Being brought down after a gain of 1 is Nemeth.
Well, that time they faked the bubble screen. They've run in the bubble screen with a handoff, a fake handoff. This time, Scott threw the arm out there like it was a bubble screen, except he'd actually handed it off to Nemeth that time. Faked me out, didn't fake out Steve Harrell, inside linebacker for St. Thomas.
23 yards on 8 carries for Nemeth here in the early going, and Mount Union facing a 3rd down and 4. Kennedy and Namdar, 2 receivers out to the near side, 2 more out to the far side here on this 3rd down play. Scott with a short drop pass, and that is complete to Namdar. Got the first down across the 30 up to the 31-yard line, a pickup of 5.
And look, man, if you have hopes of playing in the NFL someday, you got to make big catches like that. 3rd and 4, Roman Namdar, quick slant over the middle. St. Thomas is blitzing from the far side. Namdar was here on the near side. Scott put it right in his breadbasket. Big first down for Mount Union.
3 receivers to the left and a tight end to the right here. Scott looking to throw to the left side, gets it away, and the pass is complete to Namdar on the sidelines, hauls it in at the 45-yard line to pick up a 13.
This is what happens when you get a first down. Now you can start running those plays that are off your plays. This time, it looks like a bubble screen, so the St. Thomas defensive backs go with Kennedy, and then it's a pass downfield, about 10 yards downfield to Namdar.
Purple Raiders on the hurry-up, give it to Nemeth. Nemeth plows his way forward to midfield, a pickup of 5 on first down, and his second longest carry of the evening.
Yeah, this is a tempo offense. If you watch the Philadelphia Eagles, if you watch the Miami Dolphins, Buffalo Bills, the way they run their offense in the NFL, same style. And once they get a few first downs, they really get rolling.
2 receivers to the near side, and here is another handoff, and he shakes out of a tackle. Nemeth to the 40, to the 35, to the 30, gets a block downfield, down to the 20, still on his feet at the 15, and finally brought down at about the 10-yard line, a huge gain for Logan Nemeth of 40 yards.
Yeah, and pretty much once he broke through the line, you knew it was because he had a head of steam, broke a few tackles down there. It looked like Adam Kraft, the outside linebacker for St. Thomas, overran the play, created a crease for Nemeth.
First down and goal from the 10, and they are going to blow this one dead before it starts.
The whole success of this drive goes back to that 3rd down.
Prior to the snap, false start, 67 offense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
Michael Frank, the All-American left guard. When you run and you hustle the ball up the field like that, and you're running quick sets and quick snaps, that's liable to happen.
Well, those plays hurt, and they also hurt when you have first and goal on the 10 because there's no first down they can gain now, so they got 15 yards to make.
Here is a handoff to Nemeth, still poking his way through, gets down to about the 11-yard line, picks up most of the yardage lost in the penalty, 2nd and goal from the 11.
Again, though, that 3rd down completion to Roman Namdar on 3rd and 4, the quick slant, that got this whole drive rolling. Once Mount Union gets that first down, they can start setting up their tempo plays. They run plays that They look the same, but they have multiple options, and you can't fool the defense with one of the secondary options if you only run it once.
2nd and goal from the 11. Here's another give to Nemeth. Sidesteps a tackler in the backfield, gets across the 10 and down to about the 7-yard line, where it'll be 3rd and goal from there.
Also, when the drive gets going, Nemeth gets that head of steam. He's able to get a few carries and get into his rhythm. He had 7 carries coming into the drive here. He's had a couple of huge ones now as this drive has gotten rolling.
So 3rd down and goal here from the 7. Mount Union gets the call in from the sidelines. 7:44 and counting remaining in the first half. 14-0. St. Thomas with the lead, but Mount Union is driving. 2 receivers to the right. 1 receiver to the left is Namdar, and looking a toss out of the backfield for Clark, and easily into the end zone, untouched for the touchdown.
So remember a few plays ago I talked about when you see Lane Clark line up as that wing back, that's the sift block. So they ran the sift play again, except this time he didn't sift behind the line. He didn't pull behind the line to block. He ran his route out behind the line of scrimmage, and because St. Thomas had seen that play 3 times as a run play, they figured it was going to be a run. Clark was wide open in the end zone for a Mount Union touchdown.
Jake Antel on to attempt the extra point. 94 of 99 on the season. High snap, but it's corralled by Kennedy. The kick is on the way, and it is good. So with 7:28 to go in the first half, Mount Union has cut the lead in half. It is 14-7. St. Thomas with the lead on Mount Union. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more after this here on Stag Bowl 43 from Salem, Virginia.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Back out here in Salem, Virginia, where Mount Union has gotten on the board with their first possession of the second quarter. They cut St. Thomas's lead to 14-7, and here is the kick, and it will be fielded 7 yards deep in the end zone, but they will kneel it down right there. It is Austin Downey, the kickoff specialist, a guy who already had 11 touchbacks in his 36 kickoffs here in the playoffs, and with the wind like it is at his back right now, not surprising.
Well, what also wasn't surprising was Mount Union putting together a scoring drive once they go down 14. You just kind of know this team, their character, and, you know, I guess it sounds a little cliche, but you just don't ever see a Mount Union team fold when things get rough, and it doesn't get rough too often for them, but when it does, you just had that feeling they were going to put together a big drive. So now we have a 14-7 game.
Now this will be interesting too, Keith, here on this possession. What does St. Thomas do with a long field going into the wind? Obviously they started with the ball at about the 34 right on the last drive going into the wind. This is a little bit of a different situation.
Yeah, well, anyone rooting for Mount Union and looking for a reason to be encouraged, St. Thomas hasn't gone the length of the field on them. They've gone 49 yards, 34 yards on their 2 scoring drives.
Gould rolling out, going to throw a short pass, underthrows his intended receiver Dowdle, incomplete, so it'll be 2nd down and 10.
That time Mike Furta, someone who was a wide receiver and tight end previously at Mount Union, now turned into their great defensive end. That time he forced Gould to break off his rollout and throw a little earlier than he wanted to.
Trucolo comes off the field, so does Roberts. So does one of the tight ends. And Kaiser is in the backfield with Gould here on 2nd down and 10 for the Tommies from their own 25-yard line, going right to left into the wind here in the second quarter. Gould being chased out of the pocket, being pursued by Lally. He's going to take it down and try to run it himself, and he is flung down right at about the line of scrimmage, so it'll be 3rd down and long. And on the pursuit, I see Trey Jones coming up to make the tackle for loss.
Yeah, Trey Jones is the one who made the tackle, but it was Durham Alarms, Mike Furta, and Tom Lally all had Gould dead to rights in the backfield. And look, Gould's not the All-American quarterback, but that's why the Tommies love him, because this guy makes plays happen. That time, just use a little bit of quickness to step up in the pocket and turn what should be a sack into a minimal gain.
3rd down at the 25-yard line. Needs 10 to get to the sticks. Here is a pass that wobbles and floats and I guess goes over the head of Jack Gilliland, incomplete, so it'll be 4th down, and now the Tommies will be punting into that wind.
Yeah, and that's potentially the effect of the wind. Yeah, yep. As the ball crested, right, it hits the top of its trajectory, it just starts wobbling like a duck, and it came out as a spiral, turned into a duck. That's not the quarterback's fault. That is the wind's fault. And wind again.
Pete Fitzsimmons on to punt. You bring your professional actual punter out in situations like this because you need a low line drive that hopefully you get some bounces out of, and it is not really either of those things. It hits and then starts tailing backwards, and after a couple of Mount Union bounces, it is downed by the Tommies. The Tommies think that someone touched it on the Mount Union side, but no, it really just winded that way.
Well, Deshaun Redmond almost blocked it, so that St. Thomas may be giving up possession on the mid 50-yard line, right around midfield. But they should be glad they got that punt off.
Indeed, and they did, and we will take a break here. 6:25 to go in the second quarter. St. Thomas leading Mount Union 14-7 at Stag Bowl 43 from Salem, Virginia.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Back out here in Salem, Virginia, St. Thomas just punted it away, and much like happened to Mount Union in the first quarter, it was a short punt, didn't cross the midfield stripe, and the Purple Raiders will start on the Tommy side with the ball at the St. Thomas 47-yard line, down 14-7 with 6:25 to go here in the first half. Coming up at the half, Adam Turr and Ryan Tips will talk you through the first half, give their, keys to the game. I'm not sure. Yeah, sure. Here's the give to Logan Nemeth on first down. Across the 35 and down to the 30. A big pickup of 17 on the first play from scrimmage here in this possession.
Well, a pretty huge key right there was the blocking up front. There's that sift again by Lane Clark. But the big run by Logan Nemeth, and a lot of it is, once he gets the first 4 or 5 yards, the blocking will get him those yards, and the rest is him.
So 1st and 10 at the 32-yard line. 2 receivers out to the near side and 1 to the far side. Here is the give in the backfield to Nemeth. Nemeth held on to from behind by Steve Harrell, and it is a short gain on first down.
Yeah, Mount Union.
Actually, it's about I take that back. That's about a 4-yard gain on first down.
Well, Mount Union tried to go back to the same play. That time, Harrell and Tim McClanahan, the inside linebackers, played it a little better and were able to make the tackle for a short gain. Nemath started off the drive with a long gain.
Braden Frisk split out wide to the near side, and Kennedy in the slot to the right. Roman Namdar to the left here. 2nd down and 6. Scott in the shotgun with Nemath, and he's dropping back to pass. Looking all the way for Namdar, and Namdar settles under it and in the end zone for a touchdown.
Easy peasy.
Seriously, he almost had to wait for the ball to come down to him.
It was a double move, stop and go, about 5 yards off the line of scrimmage for Roman Namdar, and basically he got Jordan Young, got a step on him, and Therese Scott gave him just a beautiful ball to run under. Namdar perfectly caught it. No problems in the back of the end zone. Got both feet in. You only need to get 1 foot in college. And pending this PAT going with the wind, we have a tie ball game.
That is Austin Downey out to attempt the extra point here for the Purple Raiders. Working out of the hold of Kennedy. Snap handled cleanly. It's down. Kick on the way, and it is good. So 5:18 to go, and we are all tied up at 14 here in Stag Bowl 43.
Suddenly we are kind of budding a shootout, or a shootout is budding. That was a terribly constructed sentence.
We could be budding a shootout. It's just we're talking about flowers or grass or something.
A couple of former copy editors here, but we'll also talk about football, and I've been real impressed with Roman Namdar. The double move, running a go route, that's the kind of thing any wide receiver can do, not necessarily with his speed, but he's blocked. He made a key slant catch on 3rd down to get Mount Union going on their first drive. Just playing an all-around nice game today, and that I think it really goes back to that 3rd down. I know I'm hitting it hard, but it's so important to finally get rolling when you're down 14-0. Namdar makes that catch. Suddenly the offense gets moving. Mount Union gets a little bit of confidence, and suddenly they're right back in this thing.
Well, one of the things that was talked about pretty heavily coming out of last week's game against Linfield in the national semifinals was how much separation the Linfield receivers were able to get against the St. Thomas cornerbacks, and that was something we saw a little bit of there as well.
Yeah, and look, we talked about their size being a key to the game. Aquinobe,
dude.
It just... Anyway, he's 6'2", 204. Jordan Young, the guy who got beat on that one, he's 6'1", 192. But the size doesn't necessarily stop the speed.
I got to get Frank in quickly. Frank.
During the last break, was talking to his offense and his coaches about the wind and how to handle it. Obviously, he is still struggling with throwing into the wind. And don't be surprised if you don't see some more running to try to expire the half on this drive.
Well, they would need to get a couple of first downs to do so, but that's certainly a way to do that. St. Thomas had 3 drives of over 5 minutes, all scoring drives in last week's semifinals, and here is the kick away by Austin Downey, and it is taken at the goal line. The Tommies will bring it out. Here is a handoff to Tricolo, who's just kind of standing there. Now he's got the ball at the 20, up to the 21, and a penalty marker comes out on that as well. This was something that we talked with the St. Thomas special teams coach with about this week in Travis Walsh, but it did not necessarily work out for them. And we'll see what the flag is about.
On the kicking team, illegal forward handling of the kick, 5-yard penalty. First down.
It did hand it forward.
Correct. So the reason for that penalty is St. Thomas takes the ball deep in the end zone, and the man who runs it out, not deep in the end zone, right about at the end zone. The man who runs it out actually hands it forward to Tricolo, who's the fullback, up back on that situation, standing facing backwards toward the end zone. Yeah. And so by handing it forward, that's a penalty. It was a really neat looking play.
Yeah, it was a Statue of Liberty play, basically. He kind of handed it forward. Nick Waldvogel did, I suppose. I think the officials were caught off guard by that one, maybe as much as Mount Union was. I don't know what constitutes an illegal forward handling of a kick. I got that right? Is that what they called it?
Yeah, and look, those guys know the rules better than we do. But it was Darryl Sullins. one of the backup cornerbacks and special teamers for Mount Union defense, who was not fooled at all by the Statue of Liberty action, by the three guys running around Tricolo in a circle, and just stood there, waited for him to come out, and made the tackle.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Tommies at their own 7, and the back judge comes all the way up to stop the play.
I don't think we have it wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay. It's apparently reviewable, and we heard the referee discussing it with one of his cohorts there. His mic is still on.
So we might as well listen.
The spot of the foul is under review.
Okay, so I guess that's one way to review that. So the score 14 all here with 5:10 to go in the first half.
And when we went down to Frank, he talked about St. Thomas trying to get a couple of first downs, not have to throw into this wind. It was 17 miles per hour at kickoff. Every flag in the stadium basically pointing what would be left to right on your computer monitor or your phone if you listen to us on mobile. St. Thomas, they would need to put together a few first downs. 5:10 left here in the second quarter. Their offense has not been dominant. The first touchdown drive, they hit a couple of big pass plays. One of them was on 4th and 6. The other one was for the touchdown. But since then, and especially the last drive with them going into the wind, the throws didn't look like very good throw. You know, it comes out looking like a nice throw. The wind takes care of it. It ends up as a duck. So expect St. Thomas to try to establish the run. They're too deep in their own end of the field to go for it on 4th down like they like to do. But Mount Union gets the ball back the way they're heated up on offense. I mean, you know, they could put some more points on the board before the half.
First down.
So they confirmed the play or the call on the field. So it'll be 1st and 10 for St. Thomas at its own 7-yard line. Tommy's come on up to the line with 2 tight ends, I formation, and 1 receiver here on 1st down from their own 7. Here is a handoff, and good for about a yard. It'll be 2nd down and long.
And as we've watched this game kind of go back and forth, St. Thomas got that 14-0 lead, but with a couple of short fields. After that play, just 95 total yards in this entire game. Jordan Roberts having a nice day, 13 carries, 60 yards. He's averaging 4.6 yards per carry, but St. Thomas is not dominating by any means.
There's another handoff to Roberts. Got a little bit of room on the left. Cuts back across the 10 up to the 13-yard line. It'll be 2nd or 3rd down and about 5 for St. Thomas.
Now that 2nd and 9 play, that was a great example of Jordan Roberts, his vision, making basically what would have been about a 2-yard gain into a 4 or 5-yard gain. He cut back inside. It was just a little bit basically off tackle, not quite to the hash mark, and then he saw a crease back to the inside, and that's a run that not every back makes because not every back has that vision.
So 3rd down and 5. Here's another toss to the left for Roberts. Roberts trying to feel his way forward, and I think he's going to be short of the 1st down by about a yard or so. So it'll be 4th down and short here for St. Thomas, deep in its own territory.
Mount Union, 5 players on the line of scrimmage, 8 in the box, and it was Josh Stewart was on the top of the pile, but the man who made the tackle, who else? Tom Lally. LaShawn Luke, by the way, back up to Hank Spencer and Jonathan Gunnell, getting a lot of playing time here in the first half. Mount Union tends to only use 2 linebackers. They're a 4-2-5 base defense, but we've seen a lot of LaShawn Luke on the field along with Jonathan Gunnell and Hank Spencer. So they're putting 3 linebackers out there along with their 4 D linemen.
Officials take time out to measure. Chains coming all the way across the field. Glenn Caruso was about halfway out to the numbers to make sure that it was going to get measured.
Yeah, I didn't think it was close enough for a measurement.
It is close enough for a measurement, but not a 1st down. He's going to be about a foot short.
Just saying, that's why I went on a nice spiel about LaShawn Luke. I didn't realize we had a measurement coming out here.
That's okay. You had time for a spiel.
So it is. They are about a foot short.
This would be an unusual spot to do something on 4th down other than punt.
Well, here's the crazy thing. So your punts into the wind they're netting 20, 25 yards at this point anyway. It's insane to go for it. But then when you think about it, maybe it's not so insane because you're not gonna barely get to midfield if you punt it.
Well, the offense is still on the field.
And Glenn Caruso's basically puffing his chest out a little bit on the sideline here and doing it figuratively as well.
Here's a toss again left for Roberts, and Roberts, he's got the first down just up to the 20-yard line. He needed a foot, and he got a little over 2 yards on 4th down.
Yeah, he didn't get much, but he got enough for the first down. And that's that toss left. It's St. Thomas bread and butter play so far in this game. Maybe not so far necessarily this season, but they've gone to it several times here in the first and second quarter.
Josh Stewart was the one guy who maybe had an opportunity to stop him. He's 6'2", 205 compared to 6'0", 222 and ahead of steam for Jordan Roberts. And here is the give on first down, another short gain for the Tommies, and it will bring up second down. Jack Kaiser on the carry there.
Yeah, and Jack Kaiser's a back who played in this game 2012 when he was a freshman. He's now a senior. Probably running back who would have been in line to start. It was him and Nick Waldvogel getting most of the carries before Jordan Roberts showed up from South Dakota and at St. Thomas in the offseason.
Dowdle splits out wide to the near side. One receiver out to the far side for the Tommies. I formation behind Gould on second down and 8. Dropping back to pass is Gould. Gould looked like a little trouble getting the ball out of his hands, and it leads Dowdle too far out to the sidelines, incomplete.
Yeah, it was Lally and Ferda on that side of the ball. And now I thought one of them got their hands on it, but I took a look at the replay. It looked like the ball just wasn't thrown very well. Look, Mount Union's defense playing pretty well here in the second quarter. They gave up that first down on 4th and short, but St. Thomas started this drive on the 7. They're still only to the 22-yard line. They ran like 7 or 8 plays.
2:47 and counting here in the second quarter. Third down and 8 for the Tommies from their own 21-yard line here in Stag Bowl 43. Here's a 5-step drop for Gould. A little bit of time to throw, and then he is chased out, and he is dropped.
That's what we call a coverage sack, boys.
Yeah, it was.
Because Gould had time, dropped back, hit his 5th step, 2, 3 bounce steps maybe, and just nobody open, so he had to eat it. And St. Thomas now faced with another 4th down.
Alarms is the guy who got to him, but...
And our producer here, Dave McHugh, making a great point.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Mount Union take a timeout?
To preserve the wind or preserve some clock here?
Well, look, 2:34. When the tackle was made, maybe a little more than that. It's now down. It's going to be under 2 minutes by the time they punt.
Here's Fitzsimmons standing back at his own 1. He gets the kick away. It is more of the low line drive kick, and it takes a St. Thomas bounce out to the 43-yard line. So a 28-yard punt into that wind, and the Purple Raiders will start in Tommy territory with 3 timeouts left and $1.50.
So the question is, would you rather have that timeout, or would you rather have the 35 seconds that ran off the clock before St. Thomas punted it?
I suspect that you could use a timeout. You can't use a timeout much more efficiently than saving 35 seconds.
Exactly. And Mount Union has all 3, so even if you burn one there, you still have 2 to stop the clock whenever you need to. But it's water under the bridge now.
2 receivers to the near side for the Purple Raiders. Clark, the tight end, is a flanker. Namdar to the far side, and Scott is going to roll out to the far side. Barely keeps his feet, nearly stumbled. Gets a nice block from Clark, but he's not going to get anywhere. He's going to lose a couple of yards, and the clock is going to roll here with $1.39 to go.
Well, there was a kill shot block there by Lane Clark on Adam Kraft, one of the backup linebackers, but Kraft made that play happen. He contained Therese Scott, and then when Scott used his athleticism to bounce it further outside, even though Kraft eventually got blocked, it gave enough time for the rest of St. Thomas's defense to get there, and it was Bennett Chelikowski who made the tackle.
Clock ticking with 1:15 to go. Scott rolls out again. He's at the 45 and runs out of bounds at the 41, stopping the clock with 1:07 remaining in the half.
Mount Union, trying to get that momentum rolling again, and twice now put the ball in Scott's hands and let him do work with it. But big third down coming up here, 3rd and 8 on the 42-yard line. St. Thomas gets a stop here. They can take this thing into the half tied. Mount Union gets a first down, you bet they're going to use all 3 of those timeouts to try to get a score.
3rd down and 8. Clark is one of the 3 receivers to the near side here on 3rd and long, looking to swing it out, and nothing there. Defender in the path of him trying to get the ball to Nemeth, and then the whole host of Tommy defenders and Tim McClanahan there to bring him down.
Well, an ankle tackle by McClanahan.
Now St. Thomas got to take time out, right, don't you?
Yeah, do you? I mean, depends if you want to. I mean, on one hand, you want to get all the possessions you can. Got a possession before the half, you try to score. But how are you going to move the ball down the field? We've seen Gould throw here in the second half. He can't throw into the wind.
Let's send it downstairs for Frank Rossi on the sidelines.
Or before Mount Union's offense came out, St. Thomas's offense went to the bench, and David Simmet, the Gallardi Trophy analyst, kind of just plopped himself down in anger. It's just getting frustrating in this quarter after that 13-0 with the kind of team. But obviously they also can't get their push up front because Mount Union is coming. So there's a lot of frustration they have to talk about during halftime, or during halftime as well, guys. Thanks.
All right, thanks a lot, Frank. And so St. Thomas bringing its return unit out onto the field. Nick Waldvogel standing back at his own 10-yard line.
Mount Union punting with the wind from midfield, so we'll try to get a short kick here.
Good snap. Kick is away. Kind of short foots it, but the wind carries it to the 10, which is where Waldvogel signals for the fair catch, and he takes it. And in all honesty, he could have very easily got a full kick and kicked it out the back of the end zone the way the wind is blowing.
Sure,
right
right.
now.
So that's just good punting right there. Now, so here's what happens for St. Thomas. They take a couple of shots at handing the ball off, but if they get themselves in the 3rd and long, look, Mount Union has all 3 timeouts. They can get another possession out of this half, even though there's only 52 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, they can. In all honesty, if they force St. Thomas to punt, St. Thomas has had 2 punts blocked this season, or at least Fitzsimmons has had 2 punts blocked. So it's an opportunity, and we know that Mount Union is capable of doing that and turning Stag Bowls that way.
Yeah, so basically St. Thomas put a little bit of pressure on itself to try to need to get a first down here.
Here's Gould out of the shotgun. He gives the handoff with some running room for Roberts across the 20 to the 30 and runs out of bounds. A big gain all the way out to the 32-yard line to pick up a 21.
Yeah, well, that's why Glenn Caruso is a coach that takes his team to the national championship, and I'm standing up here in the box because clearly he figured out, he realized they had a play for Jordan Roberts to get about 20, 25 yards.
Does that work against the prevent?
Yeah.
Right?
Just basically a draw, but it looked like plenty of room outside by the way they blocked it.
Here's another handoff for Roberts, spins off a tackler up to the 35, to the 40. Caruso runs all the way up, sprints to the head linesman and gets a timeout. So second timeout of the half for St. Thomas comes with 40 seconds to go, and the Tommies at the 40-yard line.
So look, this is all well and good in theory too, because you get to another 20, 25 yards here. You get out of bounds, you're in field goal range, but again, kicking into that wind that was 17 miles per hour at kickoff. It's blowing, enough so that visually every flag in this stadium is perpendicular, right? It's parallel, whatever you want to. It's
straight out.
Yeah, there's no limp flags here. The wind is whipping, and how close do you have to get a field goal attempt?
I think Gropner's they've got to get the ball down to about the 10.
Or a Hail Mary attempt. How can
exactly.
Go 40 maybe? From the 40 you can reach the end zone?
Maybe. How far do you have to get a fake field goal attempt? Maybe that's the question.
That's very inside St. Thomas right there.
So 2nd down and 3 for the Tommies from their own 40-yard line. 2 receivers out to the far side for St. Thomas. They're in the purple with the white numerals and black pants. Gould being chased out of the pocket by Lally and barely gets it away. He gets it back to the line of scrimmage. Now they pull out the flag.
And this is just good defensive scouting. I'll talk about it after we hear the call.
Intentional grounding, offense number 17. Spot of the foul.
So coming out of the timeout, St. Thomas is going to take a shot to its best receiver, who happens to be a tight end, in Charlie Dowdle. Mount Union wisely anticipates this. They had double coverage. Alex Kochev and Brian Groves, a couple of safeties, were basically double covering, bracketing Dowdle the whole way down the field. There was no room there, and that's why Gould had to scramble and end up getting rid of it.
Yeah, Lally right on top of him.
But it was the double coverage, I think, from Coach F and Groves that ruined the play.
The penalty also includes a 10-second runoff. Fourth down. Third down.
Third. There we go. That actually, I guess,
Loss
might
of
work.
20 on what's officially a sack, but
it might work in St. Thomas's favor there.
Yeah, they take a 10-second runoff with 35 seconds left in the half and potentially having to punt if they don't get this 3rd and 20.
Well, they cannot run the clock out here unless they get a first down, right? I mean, they can't run a 25-second play, and Mount Union has 3 timeouts to try to stop here. Trucolo, the lone back in the backfield, and now this is officials are going to come back and huddle up on this again.
And if you're St. Thomas, do you run maybe a draw play here so that the clock keeps running? Because if pass is incomplete, Mount Union has 3 timeouts and can try to milk. I don't know if you can get 3 plays off in less than 25 seconds, but we can certainly watch them try.
Well, I mean, the percentage of plays that are going to get you 20 yards and get you a first down here and move the chains are pretty low. I suspect a draw seems likely, but Roberts is not in the backfield. Trucolo is, however. He's in there on protection, and it's going to be Gould on the draw himself. He gets past a tackler to the 30, shakes and bakes up to the 35, the 34-yard line. Still well short of the first down, but takes 9 seconds off the clock and gives them some room to work with defensively.
So it was a draw. It was a quarterback draw, and it was a nice open field move by Gould on Groves, who we just praised a couple plays prior.
And as expected, Mount Union takes the timeout with 16 seconds to go, and that will force the Tommies to at least snap one more time, regardless of what they might actually choose to do with it.
Look, one reason why these teams are here, amazing depth, relentless drive, a lot of talent, all that, but good coaching as well. This has pretty much been a chess match for the last 5 minutes of the second quarter. It's a 14-14 game. But these guys are trying to squeeze every last opportunity to score they can out of this first half because they know they're going to need it.
14-14 is our score with 16 seconds to go here in the first half. Stick around. We'll take a short break after halftime starts, and we'll come back with Adam Turr, Ryan Tips, and the slowly defrosting Frank Rossi, who we have allowed to come in from the sidelines and try to feel his fingers and toes.
Tips and Turr will talk stats at halftime, but both backs, Jordan Roberts and Logan Nemeth, hit about 200 yards. They were over 200 yards last week, both of them at or near 100 yards here in the first half.
A really wide split here. It almost looks like a swinging gate, but Fitzsimmons does get the punt away. It is a short end-over-end wobbler of a punt that goes out of bounds inside St. Thomas territory, I believe. Well, they give him a very favorable favorable spot at the Purple Raider 47.
Well,
with Scott, 11 seconds to go and 2 timeouts for Mount Union. So you got 3 plays maybe.
Yeah. I think it's about 6 seconds a play, so I think you maybe have 2 plays. But I guess, it depends how deep the plays are. I guess you run quick out of bounds. You can do that in 4, maybe 3 seconds, maybe 5 seconds.
Jake Antel's long on the season, a 44-yard field goal attempt. They would need quite a few yards to get to that, and he's not very reliable from outside 40.
Yeah, I think you maybe try to get 10 here, and then you take a Hail Mary shot from Scott.
So here's Scott out of the shotgun. He's got 4 receivers, 2 out to each side. Looking to the right, now being chased out of the pocket, now throws it up, looking for Kennedy downfield and overthrows him, incomplete at the 5.
Wow, that was almost a touchdown. Scott actually threw on the run and overthrew Kennedy, who had beaten 2 Tommies down the middle of the field. That's an amazing throw on the run, an amazing situation for a DB to let somebody get deeper than you.
Yeah. Namdar also was open deep as well.
The Tommies blitzed on that play. Mount Union picked it up really well. One of the reasons you blitz is so you don't have a deep shot. You don't have time to get a deep play like that off. But when the Mount Union offensive line and Logan Nemeth, the running back, they pick up the blitz, Scott had time to step up in the pocket, scramble to his right, and launch that pass. And too bad he overthrew it.
So second down, but pretty much last shot here with 4 seconds to go in the half. Scott with a quick dumper underneath, and Namdar cannot hold on to it. And the half ends on that play. Teams will go to the locker room, all tied up at 14. A battle here in Stag Bowl 43, Keith.
I think it's pretty much what we expected. Maybe a little bit more scoring in the first half. When you look at a lot of the picks that were made, two teams in the 20s, maybe 21-17 or 22-15. Those were the picks. Right now we have 14-14 at the half. You saw St. Thomas kind of muscle up with short fields, take that 14-0 lead. Then Mount Union, as soon as they got a first down, they just started rolling. The next time they got the ball, Logan Nemeth broke off a big run. Again, the offense got rolling. A little bit of a chess match here. Both teams feeling each other out, throwing some trick plays at each other. Mount Union, fake punt that got stopped. Big reason why St. Thomas was able to score its second touchdown. So they're going to go in. We'll make some adjustments. We'll come out. We'll have a great second half. I think you can't ask for much more than a tie game at halftime in the Stag Bowl, can you, Pat?
No, you cannot. So stick around. We'll have expert analysis here at the half, and then 30 more minutes of football to come to decide the champion of 2015 NCAA Division III football. We're at the half in Stag Bowl 43, University of St. Thomas 14, University of Mount Union 14.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
I'm a current Division III student athlete, and I remember how intimidating the first year of college can be.
So if you're a first-year student athlete and nervous about coming out as LGBTQ, I pledge to stand by your side as your ally.
If you can play Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I believe student athletes can help break down the barriers of exclusion.
I pledge to support and encourage my teammates
to support my campus's LGBTQ student group
by volunteering and participating in events.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I believe that everyone should be educated on LGBTQ issues.
I pledge to work with my athletic department and my campus to foster dialogue and create a community of support, respect, and pride.
If you can play in Division III.
We are Division III student athletes, and you can be too. If you can play in Division III.
And welcome to the halftime show of Stag Bowl 43 live from Salem, Virginia. I'm Adam Turr, joined by Ryan Tipps. Ryan and I have been watching the first half very closely. I think it's about what we expected. Anything surprise you in this first half, Ryan?
Well, obviously all four scores have come with the wind at the back, and that is no small thing, especially going in the second half. And as we look at how teams will change, and adapt to the cold weather that we're just
our sideline reporter Frank Rossi just came up and gave us a nice feel of how cold it is down there on the sideline. The wind, I will admit, in the pregame show, if you paid attention, I was underestimating the wind. Frank and Keith knew it would be a major factor, and I think the biggest factor is it's kind of making these offenses one-dimensional each quarter, which plays in favor of the defense. That's what they wanted to do, was make the opposing offense one-dimensional, and really between the defensive schemes and the wind, that's what we've seen here each quarter. All 28 points in this first half have been scored with the wind at the back of the offense.
Mm-hmm. And both teams, it looks like their top rushers have been kind of hovering around 100 yards. Logan Nemeth has 94. Jordan Roberts for St. Thomas has 101 yards so far. And yeah, as you said, they're this is a one-dimensional team.
And what jumps out at me in those rushing yards is the yards per carry. Logan Nemeth with 94 yards on just 14 carries, averaging 6.7 a clip. He had that big 40-yard run that set up the first Mount Union touchdown. Roberts, 18 carries for 101 yards, averaging 5.6 yards a carry. And what's been notable about Roberts and the St. Thomas rushing game is they are purposely running away from Tom Lally and the strength of the Mount Union defense. What kind of adjustments can Mount Union make in the second half to kind of box Roberts in a little bit more and not just let him go wherever he wants?
That's a great question, and I don't know Vince Garris well enough to know what he will push. Obviously, getting the linebackers up, getting Hank Spencer and those players up to flock to the holes more, and to try to stop the St. Thomas rushing game.
And one thing we did notice in the first half is a lot more of LaShawn Luke, a backup linebacker, coming in as the third linebacker for Mount Union. It looks like they're making some schematic changes to bring in a third linebacker, bolster the front seven, rather than have the extra kind of hybrid spur position that they're typically used to using. I think we'll see more of that, but again, the game plan seems to be find where Lally is and run away from him. And how about the lead blocking from the fullback, Tricolo, for St. Thomas? I mean, he has been just plowing through the second level, giving Roberts the extra yards that he needs to pile up over 100 rushing yards in the first half.
Absolutely.
The passing game, with the wind, they're struggling. But when they had the wind at their back, obviously Therese Scott took more advantage of that than John Gold did. Roman Namdar is a deep threat. We saw him get open on the double move. We saw a perfect throw from Scott on that touchdown pass. Do you think St. Thomas, they're going to come out here with the ball to start the second half? Do you think maybe they try to be more dynamic in the passing game? I mean, Gold attempted 9 passes and only threw for 38 yards in the first half. Is there anything they can do to stretch the field, or are they limited because their leading receiver is a tight end? I think these are a lot of the questions that St. Thomas's offensive coordinator is probably talking about right now in the locker room.
So what's your
Let's get Frank in here for the sideline perspective. He's been on the field. We talked about the offensive and defensive line being the matchup of the game, but really it seems like that's been balanced. It seems like for both teams, the offensive line has been winning that battle at the line of scrimmage. We've seen both running backs get to the second level pretty frequently. On passing situations, we've seen the blitz get there. But what are you seeing at the line of scrimmage from field level, Frank?
Not much, as I'm squinting to keep alive down there sometimes. No, it's definitely a lack of push in some cases at the line of scrimmage level that we're seeing. A lot of frustration going on. I point out how David Simmet coming off the field, very upset about, I think, the fact they couldn't get a run game started because it looks like the other team already knows what the one dimension is going to be, as you said, coming in to this start of the halftime discussion. And so that frustration exists. Now, here's the thing. Who comes away at the win of the fourth quarter?
Mount Union.
And so that's going to be very important once we get to that point later on. Keep that in mind. It felt like St. Thomas was just getting to that point where they wanted to get into the locker room with about 5 minutes left in the second quarter, just to get to that point where they could talk about it, refigure their offense, because they have to under those circumstances of fighting against the wind. There was one point where a ball was kicked for the extra point over my head and almost landed flat down on me. That's how hard the wind is blowing down there at times in the gusts. It literally is stopping balls dead and almost blowing them backward by the time they reach their pinnacle. So I've never been a part of a game with a wind this heavy, and even the ESPN reporter was saying to me, how do you deal with the situation? I said, you run the dang ball.
Run the dang ball.
Smart man next to me.
And never punt. How about St. Thomas going for it on 4th and 1 from their own 17?
It was a gutsy play. They had kind of a trick formation behind before they split into their normal formation. And always the challenge there, don't forget, is you have to have all your men set for 1 second. So at least Mount Union can react to it by that rule, but still they weren't quite ready for it. It didn't seem like that they actually were going to go for it and weren't going to just try to draw him off sides on that play or something along those lines.
I love the decision. It surprised me they ran the toss. That seems a little riskier, but toss left has been the bread and butter of the Tommies offense this entire first half. The one thing I noticed on that last drive, when really I think the Tommies were trying to kill the clock and not give the ball back to Mount Union with a lot of time left, John Gold has some wheels. I mean, he showed some moves out there on the field that he can run the ball, and that's a dimension of their offense that maybe they need to try exploring more in the second half, even if it's not a true passing situation. At least spread the field and see what Gold can do and get some of the defenders out of the box.
Well, I think the key to success for the team that's fighting the win coming up in the second half, regardless of who it is at any given time, is you're going to have to abandon the long pass game and go for the short pass game mixed in with the runs, because you have to do something to offset the runs. You can't become that one-dimensional offense anymore. So either you got to go a little bit of a screen pass type scenario or 5 to 7 yard route scenario just to get the ability to run in this game, and that's what they're probably talking about right now in the locker room. I will give Glenn Caruso a lot of credit. He's wearing less layers than I am down the field, and he looks like he's a lot warmer than I am, but he kept his calm throughout that second quarter. I think he understands that adjustments need to be made by both teams. It's a fresh game when we come out of the locker room here, and, God forbid we go to overtime tonight, because I may not survive it for much longer.
Oh, you'll be fine. You're tough. Speaking of keeping their calm, what about Mount Union falls behind 14-0? Their biggest deficit they faced this season was 7-0. Then they fall behind by another touchdown. What was the composure like on the sideline during the first quarter?
About the calmest I've seen it in 9 years of doing this. It just was not a panic, and that was important for them, I think, just to get to that point where they got past the first quarter. And the second score was in the second quarter, I understand, but things had started up at least for St. Thomas, and they started rolling downhill, it seemed like, at all times until after that second touchdown scored. They also had to get over the shock of losing Jordan Hargrove as early as they did in the game. Basically, the first play from scrimmage, Mount Union loses him. They try to work on his right ankle down there, and it was not to be. He's done for the night, looks like. They brought him into the locker room a little bit early before halftime, and he was frozen on that bench. They have a problem with the heater on that side of the field, so adding insult to injury, literally, in that situation. They couldn't keep him warm on the bench, so they got a couple of players to help him into the locker room at that point in time.
And that's one point that Keith made in the broadcast, was the depth of Mount Union's wide receivers isn't maybe what it has been in years past, where you have a guy like Therese Scott was a couple years ago on the bench, adding depth at wide receiver. You had Roman Namdar adding depth at wide receiver. Now they're down to basically Namdar and Kennedy, but those guys have some skills, I think, that separate them from the wide receivers that the Tommies have.
The game is playing a lot like last week's game against Wisconsin Whitewater, in which Wisconsin Whitewater is winning the war in the trenches early on. It was pretty obvious that there was a size battle being won by Wisconsin Whitewater up front in that game early on, and led to some success. And then it was finally turned around. Therese Scott kept his composure and put that defense off balance, especially in the second quarter, and that's where they started getting themselves a little more entrenched and dug in that game to win eventually. Now, here's the difference, I'd say. Somebody's going to have to face against the wind again in the third quarter. In this case, I believe that would be Mount Union having to go against the wind, and because of that, they may not be able to maintain that momentum. And St. Thomas has to be strategic in how they handle the third quarter at all times.
They have to be aggressive. I mean, they have to come out and score.
Aggressive, but also clock management. You got to play it like it's a separate game at that point in and of itself. So when you see that clock coming down to 3 minutes left in the third quarter, you have to start thinking to yourself, if I got the ball, what am I going to do here? How am I going to handle my timeouts? That's going to be key, because if it's a difference between a one-possession lead and a two-possession lead heading into the fourth quarter, because of this win situation, you're going to do everything you can to get that second possession lead inside that quarter. Otherwise, you may be missing an opportunity you'll never get again in the game.
That is a great point. We'll see a 2-minute drill in the third quarter, which is unusual, but the wind is dictating. The one difference that I think Mount Union has with their receivers is they can stretch the field, as we saw Namdar do with the double moves. We've seen Kennedy get behind the defense. Meanwhile, St. Thomas, we saw a play they had a 3rd and 8. Well, they run a pass play. They run 3 or 4 receivers out in the pass play, but none of them go beyond 10 yards past the line of scrimmage. They don't have anyone getting down the field trying to take the top off the defense, and that allows Mount Union to keep all 11 players within 10, 15 yards of the line of scrimmage.
When the wind's with you, you're right. You should be setting them downfield, and the worst thing you're going to do is overthrow, but probably over the top coverage is already connected, so you're not going to be in danger of an interception. If you're going against the wind, I don't mind that situation because, honestly, the wind's going to keep everybody honest in that situation. So, again, strategically use the wind. Send your routes downfield if you have the wind with you, because you got to stretch out that field. And it also opens up the run game when you do that, as you know.
Absolutely. As we look at the stats here, anything jump out at you? I mean, it's about as balanced as we expected it to be. 162 total yards from Mount Union, 125 for St. Thomas. Penalties, surprising from both teams. Two of the more disciplined teams in the country, possibly the two most disciplined teams, come out. St. Thomas kills a drive with 2 consecutive penalties. They have 5 in the first half, Mount Union with 4. St. Thomas had that drive that started in Mount Union territory, couldn't get anything going to take advantage of. I think that might come back to bite them later on in the game. No turnovers. Both teams playing a clean game, each team with 3 sacks. I think we've seen what we expected from the defensive line from a ball control standpoint on offense. But, wind aside, what separates these teams in the second half?
Well, it's tough to say, to be honest with you. I think the trench warfare is going to be where is won or lost ultimately. It was being pointed out to me that number 63 for Mount Union, I believe it was, on the line, and that is Tyler Baker. The lineman was having trouble getting much of a push at the line. He was losing a lot of battles down there, but that seemed to turn around in the second quarter. So either they adjusted his technique or he just got a better grip and, kind of became acclimated in the game better. So the war in the trenches definitely took a turn at a certain point in the second quarter beyond what the wind was doing. And so that's going to be continue to be the issue because, honestly, Therese Scott, like I said about in my prediction about Kevin Burke the last 2 seasons, was never able to get comfortable in that first quarter. He was always on the run, and when you're running essentially still a read option type of offense, you need to get comfortable. You need to be in your rhythm because you don't want to have somebody in your face within 2 seconds of that snap. You need to get a little bit more time than that to adjust or do what you got to do. He wasn't getting that initially.
And what's really impressed me is St. Thomas is doing that with a blitzing defense. Normally, when you have a running quarterback, you want to bottle him in. You might send the ends wide. You might leave a linebacker to spy him. But St. Thomas is running the blitz, and they're getting there so quick that they're containing Scott in the pocket. And even when he's had a chance to run, he hasn't had a lot of room to run.
But remember, adjustments can be made to that as well for faster pass plays that will beat a lot more men on St. Thomas. So if you get caught blitzing and he can get it 10 yards out there onto a route that he's predicting pretty well, and Scott, I think, is getting that confidence right now to do that, then he can open up a 50-yard pass play, and then St. Thomas has got to stay a lot more honest without the blitz. That's where this game could be teetering right now. Is Scott going to get enough time and confidence to make those pass plays to beat the defense, especially in a blitz? If he does, Mount Union's going to win this game easily.
I don't think anything's going to come easily here in the second half as St. Thomas comes back onto the field to warm up for the second half. Any individual performances stand out to you? Obviously the running backs, Nemeth and Roberts. I was impressed with the play on defense of Tim McClanahan in the middle of the St. Thomas defense. He's been in the middle of a lot of plays, both tackling Nemeth and chasing Scott.
Yeah, I will give you that, but Logan Nemeth ripping off that long run eventually. Look, if you go to the well enough times, eventually you might draw up some water, and they did. So you can't – this is the game you have to be consistent on defense. So you may have a couple good big plays, as you're pointing out, but you can't get comfortable in that position. Logan Nemeth will burn you once every probably 6 or 7 runs, and that's enough in a game like this where we only have 28 points between these teams to really make some – impact in this game, and especially again in the whole win situation, the run game is going to be crucial. Nemeth can break those runs.
One last thing to talk about is the time management situation at the end of the second quarter there. Mount Union with all 3 timeouts. There's 2.5 minutes on the clock. St. Thomas is facing a 4th down. And Mount Union does not call timeout. What was the conversation there?
There wasn't much of one, I don't think, but here's the other philosophy. We think too much in the pro game when we look at these clock situations. In college, because of the multiple ways you can stop the clock, you can really let that clock go down to even 1 minute with 3 timeouts and half the field to go to score to the house, and you'll be okay.
But then they took 2 timeouts in their pocket into the locker room. I don't understand that.
they didn't need to use them ultimately, and that's just the thing.
Are you sure? Where did the game the half ended with them at the 47-yard line?
I mean, I think they could have used them. I think that, if that's one of those things. There hasn't been too much to question in this first half from either team. Both teams playing as expected. I think that's one thing that, as critical as it is to take advantage of playing with the wind at your back, they could have used it right there.
Yeah, well, initially, remember, though, they didn't know what was going to happen at that 2-minute mark, so you can't play this 2020 hindsight game very easily with saying they got the ball back when we never really expected them to do so. Let's take a break here. You're listening to Stag Bowl 43 on D3Football.com.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that. A lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
An obligation not merely to work towards a personal best in the classroom or in the sport we love, but rather an obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. For Special Olympics athletes, victory belongs not only to those who first cross the line, but to all of those who compete and endure.
They are challenged in ways we cannot imagine. They are survivors who test themselves harder and with greater joy than we will ever know.
Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn, as we all do, that in giving we receive so much more in return.
Sport ennobles us, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
And we are back here in Salem, Virginia, wrapping up halftime with the score Mount Union 14, St. Thomas 14. We'll quickly run through halftime stats. First, for the Purple Raiders, total offense in the first half, 35 plays for 162 yards. Therese Scott, 7 of 13 passing for 72 yards and a pair of touchdowns. He was sacked 3 times. Logan Nemeth, 14 carries for 94 yards. And Roman Namdar, the big target on offense for the Purple Raiders, 3 catches for 50 yards, including a 29-yard touchdown that tied the game with 5:18 to go in the first half. On the Tommies side of the ledger, 125 yards of total offense on 37 plays. If you're doing the math at home, congratulations. I think it's a little bit over 3 yards a snap. St. Thomas, 28 carries for 87 yards, led by 101 of those 87 yards coming from Jordan Roberts on 18 carries, and also the 1-yard touchdown run that gave St. Thomas a brief 14-0 lead. John Gould, 3 of 9 passing for 38 yards and a touchdown. He's been sacked 3 times as well. His most frequent target, Charlie Dowdle, with 2 catches for 24 yards and a touchdown. St. Thomas has had the ball for 16 minutes and 44 seconds of the first half, compared to 13-16 for Mount Union. And as Keith rejoins us here, a tale of 2 quarters, but the ones with the wind, right?
Well, I think it's significantly affected the passing game. Certainly more for John Gould. I don't think his passes looked as good into the wind as Therese Scott's have. But no coincidence that the team with the wind has scored 14 points and the team without the wind has scored 0 in each of the 2 quarters. It's not just – I guess technically you're right, St. Thomas did score in the second quarter, but they got the ball with great field position, partly because of what took place in the first quarter. So I don't think that's a coincidence, and I think it's going to affect the kicking game. I think it's going to affect some strategy decisions, but mostly this thing is playing out on the field. There are plays in the trenches that are making a big difference. Mount Union is stacking several players, 5, 6 near the line, 8 in the box, abandoning its traditional 4-2-5 alignment on several plays to make St. Thomas either earn their yards running or have to beat them by the pass, and we're going to see more of that in the second half. For the Tommies, really just hit the 2 passes on the 1 touchdown drive and hasn't had a significant pass play otherwise.
St. Thomas with the wind at their back here in the third quarter, and they will get the ball to start the third quarter after Mount Union won the coin toss and took the ball. So they'll be going into the wind in the fourth quarter, but we've got a third quarter to play here coming up. And it is a bouncer that is taken by Gilliland at the 17-yard line, up the right side to the 30, and knocked down at the 34-yard line. Quickly to reset the Tommies offense across the front: Will Hilbert, Richie Donovan, Stefan Sauer, Zach Brennan, and David Simmet. John Gould, the quarterback, Jordan Roberts, and Dom Trucolo in the backfield. The tight end, Charlie Dowdle, Jack Gilliland, and Nick Waldvogel, the starting wide receivers. The Tommies come out with a 2 tight end set with Dowdle and Christensen, and Waldvogel, the lone receiver, make that Gilliland out to the left. Here is the handoff going right side this time for Roberts, and he gets a gain of about 1. Quickly, the Mount Union defense up front. The tackles, Mike Vidal, Tom Lally. The ends, Mike Furta, Durham Alarms. The linebackers, Jonathan Gunnell and Hank Spencer. The corners, Trey Spencer, Trey Jones, and Nick Rodriguez. Kochef, Zach Deere, and Will Heitschuh, the safeties for the Purple Raiders.
Well, right now we're not seeing Deere and we're not seeing Rodriguez out on the field. We see LaShawn Luke, an extra linebacker, and Josh Stewart, a safety linebacker hybrid.
2 tight ends go in motion to the right, and Roberts runs to the right, but runs right into the Purple Raider defense. It'll be 3rd down and 9 after no gain.
So the story right now is pretty clear. Mount Union put 9 in the box. The first 2 plays here in the second half, St. Thomas tried to do what it does and run the ball. And they have the wind at their backs now, so this is their opportunity to throw, get the ball down the field if they have to. Mount Union is clearly going to make St. Thomas beat them throwing the ball if they're going to beat them at all.
Gilliland and Waldvogel go out to the left side, and it is Ryan Bradley, wide receiver, to the near side, along with Dowdle, the tight end. 3rd down and 8. 3-step drop, Gould over the middle into traffic, and the ball is caught by Waldvogel, but it's going to be a couple yards short of the first down. It'll be 4th down and about 2.
Well, Nick Rodriguez was in on that play and in on the coverage. Josh Stewart was coming across the formation and maybe had a chance to break that pass up, but was there just a little bit late.
Mount Union offense, the St. Thomas offense still on the field. Now they send Jordan Roberts back into the game, and Trucolo comes out. So on 4th down and 2, they could go for it, or if you see John Gould take a couple steps back, now he's very deep in the shotgun and probably will be punting it away.
Yeah, he quick kicks very frequently during the season. That's one of the reasons why their punter only has 13 punts.
Yeah, nobody back deep to receive right now for the Purple Raiders. He's going to throw. He's rolling out to the right side. Has to chuck it up. He's got Waldvogel with release at the 25 to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown St. Thomas on a 4th down and 2. From their own 42-yard line. It looked like St. Thomas had outguessed itself, but instead comes up with a 58-yard touchdown pass here to open the third quarter.
And he beat Kochef on a broken play. Basically, that play was dead, and Gould bought a little bit of time. Waldvogel broke free from Kochef and was streaking down the field. Gould hit him in stride for a big touchdown. Look, Glenn Caruso looks like a genius for that one. He went for it on 4th and 2 from his own 42, and the first part of that play, the first option wasn't there for the pass, and it looked like it was going to end badly for them, but John Gould extends the play, finds Waldvogel for a long touchdown.
In all honesty, I thought he was extending the play in order to punt it.
Yeah.
Extra point, Gropner is on the way, and it splits the uprights, so 12:44 to go in the third quarter. Mount Union trails once again St. Thomas with a 21-14 lead. Let's take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment here with third quarter action from Stag Bowl 43.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that.
It's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
Our obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn that in giving, we receive so much more in return. Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Back out here, Stag Bowl 43 in Salem, Virginia. And if you were late coming back from the halftime, what you missed was a 4th down and 2 play for St. Thomas from its own 42-yard line. John Gould, the quarterback who takes a lot of deep snap punts, has to roll out. There's nobody open. Then all of a sudden, Nick Waldvogel just breaks free from Alex Kochev. Gould throws on the run, hits him in stride, and he's gone the final 25 yards of the end zone for a touchdown.
And you can give St. Thomas credit for going for it on 4th and 2. It could have ended badly for them. Think about from the Mount Union perspective. You come out, great 2 run stops, then you force a 3rd and 8. You get a stop there. 90% of the time or 99% of the time you're off the field. The other team's punting. St. Thomas goes for it, and it doesn't look good early in the play, and then it just becomes a broken play. Waldvogel breaks free. Gould hits him in stride.
And here's Gropner on to kick it away, and he's kicked it out the back of the end zone twice, but this one is short and then bobbled and dropped, but picked up on the run at the 5-yard line. One hand stunned and swung down and tackled is Nemeth. He gets it out to about the 19-yard line.
So the 58-yard touchdown pass from Gould to Waldvogel happens with the wind, and Mount Union's now getting the ball, and they're going to go into the wind. They struggled to run the ball a little bit earlier in the game, but got it rolling. Logan Nemeth, after a long 40-yard run, his average is up to 6.7 per carry, so he's doing okay running the ball now. But don't forget that Mount Union's going to have that wind in the 4th quarter.
Mount Union had just 31 yards of total offense into the wind in quarter number 1, and here is a handoff to Nemeth, who got about a third of that almost on the first play from scrimmage, pickup of about 6.
Yeah, well, that's a really good sign for them to be able to pick up 6 running the ball, and that's just their pistol formation. Snap to Scott, handoff to Nemeth, and there was a hole up the middle. Just Mount Union's interior 3 linemen were able to create.
Braden Frisk split all alone wide to the left on 2nd down and 5. Scott handles a low snap, looking to throw. Pass complete in stride to the 40 for Namdar, to the 45. Gets free at the 50. Down to the 40 is St. Thomas. One man pursuing, and finally wrapping him up and knocking him out of bounds is Bennett Salahowski, who comes all the way from across the field to get Namdar at the 15-yard line, a pickup of 53 yards.
And that's basically just base Mount Union run play, except it's a fake to Nemeth and the quick slant to Namdar. Namdar had to bend his route back across the field after he caught the ball, but he plenty of yards after the catch there. Lucky this game isn't tied.
Quick snap on 1st down, gain of 2 for Nemeth. They'll bring up 2nd down and 8.
But again, that's just a base play for Mount Union, but what they do when they get going is they'll run the same basic plays, but there are multiple options off them. And so that one, Nemeth in the pistol, snap to Scott. Scott puts it in Nemeth's stomach, takes it back, and then hits Namdar on the slant, and that turns into a huge, huge play for Mount Union.
2nd down and 8 for the Purple Raiders from the 13. Scott rolling to their 5 side, looking in the end zone, and Lane Clark tips it to himself and comes up with a touchdown.
What a catch by Lane Clark, his 2nd touchdown catch of the day. And hey, if you would have told me somebody is going to catch 2 touchdown passes for Mount Union today, I would have guessed about 4 guys before Lane Clark. But he's got a lot of talent. He had a long catch against Wesley, and he's been a big asset today, blocking as well. When they sneak him out into those routes, he's able to pull the ball down like a wide receiver. That time, had to use those hands, tip it to himself, catch it as he was falling down for the tying touchdown.
Lane Clark with 3 touchdown catches on the season, all of them here in the postseason, and as Keith mentioned, 2 of them here tonight. Mount Union lining up to attempt the game-tying extra point. Snap is good. Kick is on the way, and Jake Antel drills it through. So with 11:07 to go in the third quarter, all tied up once again at 21. We'll take a break, and we'll be back out with more here in the Stag Bowl 43.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
At the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
Back out here at Salem Stadium, Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian, Frank Rossi rapidly turning into an icicle on the sidelines, and Dave McHugh, our producer up here, all of us keeping warm in the booth here for Stag Bowl 43. This game started with the temperature at 33 degrees and the wind chill at 22. The wind, there's no way the wind is correct with what this little bug of weather says. It's dang cold out there. But it is a 21-all game here with 11:07 to go and 5,343 Chili fans in attendance tonight here in Salem, Virginia. And it is a low line drive kick taken out of bounds by Waldvogel at his own 13-yard line. Comes up the middle of the 25, the 26, and he is stacked up at the 27.
So we've got the type of game, Pat, where it's great for everybody watching. You know, you love the drama, 21-all. Both teams going back and forth. But these are the type of games for players. Players love to play in them. This is it. They're going to remember it for their entire lives, and they remember the 28-10 game as well. But this one, man, both teams have a chance to win, and only one of them is going to pull it out. So stick with us.
Tommy's going left to right with the wind at their back here in the third quarter. Trucolo, the lone back in the backfield. And here's the toss to Waldvogel, who came in motion. He cuts up to the 30, the 35, got the first down. Ball comes out, and the Purple Raiders think they have it, but they're not the final arbiter of such things. He does have enough yards for the first down if St. Thomas holds on to the football here.
Yeah, Gunnell was the one who hit Waldvogel at the end and knocked the ball loose. The Tommies are pointing like they have it. Mount Union's pointing like they have it.
Mount Union seems to have
Josh Stewart
momentum of the calls, but now there's finally a call on the field that confirms that.
Mount Union, first down.
So the play itself was, to the layman, looked like what you'd call a jet sweep, or it looked like a reverse, but it's basically just Waldvogel lined up in the slot, and he comes across the formation, and they toss it to him. So he comes from the left, he comes from the right, he runs around the left side. It's basically a toss sweep, but you run it to your slot back. And he had about 10, 12 yards downfield, and it was actually Hank Spencer hit him from one side, Gunnell hit him from the other side. Gunnell's the one who knocked the ball loose, and then it just became a big scrum, and the guy who came out of the scrum with the ball was Josh Stewart, the banged-up safety who happened to be in this game today for Mount Union.
So the Purple Raiders have the ball at the Tommy 39-yard line. Scott being chased out of the pocket, now on the run. and gets it away, and it looks like it bounced into the hands of Braden Friss. That they're going to call it a catch at the 26-yard line. That's enough for the first down, and Mount Union is going to want to get a snap off quickly here, but I don't know what the replay looked like.
Well, the play should have been a sack. Jesse Addo basically sheds his guy, has Therese Scott dead to rights, and doesn't make the tackle.
Get the snap off. B.J. Mitchell with his first carry in the afternoon or the evening. He has got plenty of room to run. Shifts tacklers at the 15 down to the 10. And it'll be first down for the Purple Raiders there.
B.J. Mitchell is a player for Mount Union, 5'6", 170, a junior, a guy who split carries for the past couple years, and is not one they give a lot of carries to, but when they give him carries, he's so short and shifty. He
gets another one. He gets another one here out of a split back formation, and he's got down to the 6-yard line. It'll be second and goal from there. Mitchell started out as the guy who was at least getting more yards early on in the season, but has seen his yards per game tail off as the months go by. 87 yards a game in September, 77 in October, 44 in November, and then just 35.5 yards a game here in the month of December, whereas for Nemeth it's gone the other way from 61 yards a game all the way up to 216 here in December. Second down and goal from the 6, and here is another handoff to Mitchell, and he just goes straight through, untouched for a touchdown.
Well, that time both Mitchell and Nemeth are lined up in the backfield. It's a pistol with an offset fullback. Nemeth basically does the sift action, or he's the one who pulls across the formation. There was no need for him to block because the middle three guys on the left-hand side for Mount Union, not the middle three, but Mitch Doherty, Michael Frank, Brooks Jenkins, the left side of that line, basically bulldoze St. Thomas. B.J. Mitchell walks in.
9:47 to go in the third quarter. The third score here in the first 5:13 of the second half, and Antel's extra point attempt is up and good. So with 9:47 to go here in the third quarter, Mount Union has taken a lead on St. Thomas for the first time this evening. They lead 28-21, and we mentioned the stat I mentioned very early on in the game. St. Thomas, for itself, Keith, has only trailed 22 minutes in the entire season. All of it in the first half. This is the first time that the Tommies have trailed in the second half in 2015.
Yeah, both teams were dominant all season, and that's why they're the two teams here playing today. Another reason why they're the two teams playing today, because they barely ever turn it over. That was the first turnover of the game. The Waldvogel fumble set up Mount Union with great field position, and now Mount Union has 7 points off turnovers and a 7-point lead.
And it's so very unlikely for them to get one back. Logan Nemeth has carried the ball how many times this season? 244 times. He has not fumbled once. Therese Scott has thrown 354 passes and had more touches than that. He's only fumbled the ball once. They do not give it back much.
No, and that's a Mount Union staple. Going back to the early part of their dominance is the quarterback takes good care of the ball. The lineman protects the quarterback. They don't make silly throws, and they don't turn it over. And that's one reason why they're almost always here in Salem this time of year.
Austin Downey with a bouncing ball up the middle that is picked up by Gilliland at the 20, left side to the 25, forward to about the 28-yard line. So, unsung a little bit here, but I'm going to mention Austin Downey doing a really good job of not getting the ball up in the air in these conditions.
Yeah, and when you have a guy who's a specialist, right? He comes in to kick off. That's what your job is, and
that's all you got.
Look, that's basically the difference between D3 program X and Mount Union is that every guy does their job well. A guy, all he does is kick off, and he works the nuances.
You had one job. And he's doing it well tonight. Gilliland and Waldvogel split out to the near side, and rolling that way and looking that way is Gould. Pass just a little bit behind Waldvogel, incomplete. It'll be second down and 10 for the Tommies at their own 27.
Well, an incomplete pass for the Tommies, but a nice job of moving Gould and having him throw on the run. The touchdown pass that started this half, he threw on the run, and he looks good throwing the ball on the run. That one obviously was incomplete and a little bit behind Waldvogel, who was intended for, but St. Thomas always creative with their play calling, even when it looks like they're just lining up two tight ends all the time. They're actually very creative.
Gould 5 of 12 passing on the night. He's going to take it straight himself on a design draw, and it goes nowhere. Sniffed out and stopped immediately by Ferda.
Look, and that play is there. It's blocked at the point perfectly, but Ferda comes off the end and bends down the line quickly. Actually, he just slipped. Steven Sauer, the center for St. Thomas, he just slipped past him, bent down the line real quickly and tackled Gould from behind. But the blocking at the point was there, and that could have been a big run if not for Ferda's play.
3rd down and 10. Gilliland and Waldvogel line up as receivers on the left in an I formation with Trucolo and Roberts. Dropping back to pass, 7-step drop for Gould. Looking long up the left side, airs it out, and pass is incomplete. Looking for Gilliland down at the 25-yard line at the other end of the field, and it'll be 4th down.
Lewis Berry in coverage. Will Heitschuh, the senior safety, coming over to help. Lewis Berry, freshman from Pittsburgh, a guy 5'7", 160, but someone they expect to be maybe the next Trey Jones, maybe the next Isaiah Scott. They kind of always have these corners in the pipeline, and Berry, just to be a freshman on Mount Union's roster, they probably have about 200 guys report to camp every year. So just to be a freshman that makes the 58 to get to Salem is a big deal. Someone who's playing key plays, I think, bodes well for his future.
So the Tommies bring the punting unit on the field with 8:55 to go here in the 3rd quarter. 4th down and 10 at their own 28, and the punt is away. Got plenty of air underneath it, and fair catch signaled for with nobody within 7 yards of him, and Kennedy whistles for the fair catch and takes it at his own 24-yard line.
Well, I think if Darryl Sullins would have laid out for that, he'd have blocked that punt. As it is, Mount Union takes over after a 3-and-out for St. Thomas, so they have to be very happy with the way their defense has played here in the second half.
And we'll take a break here with 8:48 to go in the 3rd quarter. Mount Union leading St. Thomas 28-21 in Stag Bowl 43.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Back out here at Salem Stadium in Salem, Virginia, Stag Bowl 43. Mount Union leading St. Thomas 28-21, and let's send it down to the field for Frank Rossi.
Before the punt, defensive coordinator Wally Kaczynski for St. Thomas had his entire defense in a huddle. It's obvious that the defense feels this one's slipping away a little bit. They're trying to reinvigorate them, especially in the 3rd quarter with their win to their back. They're losing this war right now against Mount Union, and it's important for them to have a big stop right here he tried to convey to them.
All right, thanks a lot, Frank. They've got 75 yards to work with. They fake the handoff, and here's a pass complete for 1st down yardage to Roman Namdar, pickup of 12 on 1st and 10.
Well, St. Thomas likes to blitz a lot. And that time, Jesse Addo coming off the right-hand side. The slant goes to the left from Scott to Namdar, and as often as St. Thomas runs that same blitz, Mount Union has something to counter it.
Split backs with Scott in the shotgun. Here's the handoff to Nemeth. Plenty of room across the 40, up to the 45. Midfield, makes a tackler miss at the 40. Down to the 35 and the 30, and finally just shoved out of bounds by Alex Stevenson, the outside linebacker, but a big gain of 42 yards.
A huge block from the center, Mitch Doherty. And then also, check out Roman Namdar blocking about 30 yards downfield, giving Logan Nemeth another 10-15 at the end of that run.
This split back set is not something that Mount Union's used a whole lot, but it's working right now as another give to Nemeth. Gets a couple of yards on 1st down from the 20 down to the 18-yard line, because now you got Nemeth and Mitchell in the game, and it's been effective. It was effective on the last possession and so far here too.
So the first half, they gave a whole whole bunch of Lane Clark. He was lined up as a tight end, inline tight end. He was lined up split out, and then he was lined up as basically as a wing back, and they used him with that pulling action, that sift action behind the line. This time, no Lane Clark on the field. They're going with 2 backs instead.
And an even more offset formation here is Scott is going to keep it. Got room up to 15, the 10, the 5, and he's in for the touchdown. And now Mount Union has gone up by 2 scores with 7:36 to go in the third quarter.
And that's all Therese Scott out in the open field makes. Adu miss coming off. Makes, not Young, he makes 3 guys miss on that play. Alex Stevenson missed, and then another Selahowski looked like he missed at the goal line. Therese Scott, he has that quick, he's fast, but he's also quick in open space. And really, really, really nice moves in the open field. Scott could have basically had what could have been a sack, turned it into a touchdown.
And Antel's extra point is on the way and good. So the Purple Raiders are on a 35-7 run, and they lead this one 35-21 with 7:36 to go here in the third quarter. And one of the things that always comes up, Keith, when you talk about a Mount Union game in the Stag Bowl is no matter how many predictions or how much you might think about the game, there is always the possibility of Mount Union doing something like this. Now, they haven't won the game yet, but they have gone on this 35-7 run here, and they have completely changed the nature of this football game.
Well, look, there was a point where it looked bad for them for sure. But as we noted at the time, they had given St. Thomas a couple of short fields. It wasn't like St. Thomas dominated by going 80, 90 yards each time. So once Mount Union stopped giving St. Thomas the short fields, they made up their minds that they were basically going to stack the box, pack the box, and try to make St. Thomas win throwing the ball. Now, it worked out for them on the first drive of the second half. Didn't work on the next couple of possessions. But what's been really impressive for Mount Union is cashing in that turnover and then cashing in after getting the ball back after the 3 and out, turning those into touchdowns with big plays.
Well, St. Thomas still has more than half of this third quarter left to work with here with the wind at its back, but they have not shown signs of getting a whole lot done here since coming back from halftime, either on the offensive end or the defensive end.
But look, what's changed here is really the tackling for St. Thomas or the moves on offense by Mount Union.
Waldvogel takes the kickoff in the air at the 12 and brings it back up to the 25-yard line. So the Tommies will start off once again there with their third possession here of the third quarter. And I'm just looking at the number of first downs for the Tommies, 9. And they are looking for their second first down of the third quarter as well.
Yeah, and now the total yardage is up to 360 to 204 by Mount Union. They've done a nice job here in the second half, but I really think the tackling has changed for St. Thomas.
Here's a handoff, and a penalty marker comes out. And Roberts gets no gain back up to the original line of scrimmage, the 25.
Well, really, I should say that the tackling has been great for Mount Union in the second half. Hasn't been quite as good for St. Thomas in the second half. But Mount Union, they're basically generally hold on one second.
Yeah, that you hear the official who signals.
Holding.
There we go.
Offense number 86. 10-yard penalty. Still first down.
That's the blocking tight end, Matt Christensen.
So Mount Union is basically a 4-2-5 team. They generally keep 6 in the box. We've seen 5 and 6 on the line of scrimmage. We've seen as many as 9 in the box here tonight. St. Thomas has tried to combat that a little bit in the second half by splitting out 2 and 3 wide receivers. But basically, St. Thomas is going to have to use this last 7:16 in the third quarter to try to push the ball up the field a little bit.
6th penalty on the Tommies so far tonight, 4 for Mount Union. 1st and 10 for the Tommies at their own 15, and Gould can't get rid of the football, and he is sacked back inside the 10 down at the 9.
Well, to be quite honest, probably could have been a hold if he had gotten rid of it, because Durham Alarms came around Will Hilbert on the right-hand side, and Hilbert had that arm across his neck. So one way or the other, St. Thomas was going to lose 10 yards on that first down. I'm sorry, they lost 16 yards.
Well, between the two of them, yeah, that's 2 snaps for 16. So the ball is back at the 9-yard line now, 2nd and 26. I formation, dropping back to pass is Gould. Looking long up the left side for Gilliland and just overthrows him, and they pull out a a flag for pass interference.
Look, and that really could go either way. You may view it as a bailout call, but Trey Jones did have his hand across the front of Gilliland, and you're probably going to get, if you got hand on him, you're going to get that call every time. If they had just gotten their feet tangled up and they fell in the same manner that they did, he probably doesn't get that call.
This will be an automatic first down as well.
Pass interference, defense, number 5. 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
Bailed out there pretty much if you're the St. Thomas offense.
Sure, but that's the reason they drop back and then take a long shot like that. And look, if I read Vince Karras's lip action there correctly, he said that's Frenchy big stuff. He said something to that effect. He did not like that call very much.
Frenchy big stuff, if I remember correctly. That's the name of the bouncer in one of those mob movies.
Never mind.
First down and 10 now for the Tommies at their own 24-yard line, and Roberts on first down gets a push forward to about the 28, a gain of 4.
And as much as taking a shot to midfield, getting a pass interference call makes you feel like, oh, St. Thomas got a big play. Really just got a 15-yard gain that got them out of the end of their deep end of their own field here.
But it opens up the options in their playbook. They can give the ball to Roberts, and gaining 4 yards is a positive. There's second down and 6. Pass over the middle, complete to Dowdle. Dowdle trying to fight his way forward, and he gets first down yardage up to the 35.
And St. Thomas basically created an opening there with a formation that they haven't run very often all night tonight. 3 wide and spreading the Mount Union defense out, and then just running Charlie Waldvogel and have him sit over the middle at about 8 to 10 yards.
So St. Thomas moves the chains again.
It's clearly a big drive here for the Tommies, down 2 scores.
Clock at 5:35 and rolling. 3-step drop out of the shotgun. Gould looking to throw. Pass complete to Waldvogel at the 40. It'll be a pickup of 5. He's hit and dropped immediately, but it'll be second down and 5 from there.
Well, yeah, it was just a quick hitch to Waldvogel, but it ended up being kind of a medium speed hitch or a slow hitch because Gould was on the near hash and threw it all the way to the other side of the field, gave Nick Rodriguez plenty of time to close on it and make the tackle.
St. Thomas, second down and 5 at their own 40. Here's the handoff, and Roberts has some room to run. Trips forward across the 45 up to the 47. Moves the chains once again.
It looks like St. Thomas currently has been schemed out of its double tight, triple tight formations. They're going exclusively 3 wide on this drive, creating some room in the middle of the field for them to work.
And St. Thomas, likes to mess with the pace of the game, or at least control the pace of the game. Sometimes it'll be real slow and deliberate, but like Adam was talking about at halftime, this is the kind of situation where you want to make the most of the third quarter, so they're moving with a little bit more deliberate speed here between plays, and the pass out for Gilliland is incomplete.
The referee kind of bowled a flag out there, so I think we're going to see a hold.
Yep.
Now, he didn't want to catch the wind, and may still be in the air.
65 offense, 10-yard penalty, still first down.
It looked like he was playing bocce.
It could end up in someone's eye, in all seriousness. So the penalty will knock them back to their own 37-yard line. Clock stop with 4:27 to go, first and 20.
And for the Tommies who finally had started to get rolling on that drive, that holding penalty is a pretty big deal.
Remember, St. Thomas has the wind at their back here in this quarter. They've been outscored 21-7 here in quarter number 3. Trucolo, the lone man in the backfield. Here comes Gilliland in motion, make that Waldvogel. He takes the toss, cuts upfield at the 40. Ball comes out again. Picked up on the run by Gould. And Gould is wide open. He's being chased from behind by Ferda, but he is gone. 15-10-5. Touchdown, Tommies. The ball bounces straight out on 2 hops. Gould picks it up off the fumble from Waldvogel, and he is gone.
You will never in your life see another touchdown like that one. That was crazy. And the craziest thing to me was it was the toss play again. They motioned Waldvogel from wide receiver, and he's carrying the ball in the middle of the field. All right, it's basically a run play with a guy who's got a wide receiver's build. He's fumbled it once already on that same play. So I'm thinking to myself, cover up when you get in there. He doesn't cover up. Ball gets knocked out. It just takes 3-4 advantageous hops and bounces to the fastest player on St. Thomas's offense.
Unbelievable. But just like you drew it up, I know. Glenn Caruso, that's the genius right there, right?
Yeah, sure.
Gropner out of the hold of Dowdle. Kick is on the way, and it is good. So 4:13 to go, and how about that? About the craziest way you would draw that up. It is now 35-28.
It was so important for St. Thomas to score on that drive because they'd been outscored 21-7 in the second half to that point, or here in the third quarter. It was 14-all at the half. It's now 35-28. Suddenly this thing turned into a shootout. But look, the whole entire game, you can't say St. Thomas has gone down the field one time with a drive of more than 50 yards. They hit a broken play touchdown at the start of the third quarter. They get this crazy bounce that bounces right into Gould in the open field. And then they have 2 short drives in the first half. So as great as it is that this is a 35-28 game, and I'm not saying that they can't put together a long touchdown drive in the fourth quarter or later here in the third, but they still, for Mount Union defense, you got to be kicking yourself. Like, what do we got to do to get a stop?
If you're Mount Union, I think you got to think about this being an onside kick opportunity for St. Thomas. They've had an opportunity to have some momentum. They might want to keep the ball with the wind at their back here in the third quarter. And St. Thomas has done this. They did it to Wabash a couple of weeks ago, and they did it a lot during the regular season.
Well, you can't onside kick if the ball falls off the tee.
Well, you can't kick much of anything if the ball falls off the tee.
Pat, you talked with Vince Karras in the pregame, and if you don't listen to our pregame stuff, this is why you got to do it. Karras talked about spending extra time during the week on St. Thomas trick plays and special teams. You have to do it, and he knows that's why Glenn Caruso does that, to make him spend that time instead of spending that time honing something else.
Mount Union just has 5 men up front, but Gropner is going to kick it deep, and it will go over Barry's head in the end zone, and it will be kneeled down on, so they'll start at the 25-yard line. Let's send it downstairs for Frank Rossi.
Guys keeping their sense of humor on the St. Thomas sideline. Offensive coordinator said to his team as it came off, fundamentals and execute, guys. Fundamentals and execute. There you go. Back to you.
Yeah, again, I'd like to see someone take that play and draw it up like someone did with the Mississippi Miracle a few years ago, right? They drew all the X's and O's for all 15 laterals.
You're pulling out the deep cuts today, Pat. I'm impressed.
This is why you listen to us, because we know the D3 football deep cuts. But it's 1st and 10 for the Purple Raiders at their own 25-yard line, now up by 7. And here's the handoff to Nemeth, trying to dance his way and doesn't find much. It's going to pick up a yard or so. It'll be 2nd down and long for Mount Union.
Quite surprised this has turned into a 35-28 game, 63 points overall. I don't think any of us on our picks thought there would be more than maybe 40, 45 points scored in this game.
You would have thought it might be over or under that, but not necessarily where it is right now.
Look, we just thought it was going to be kind of an ugly game in a lot of ways, and it started out that way, but you get a couple of crazy plays, a couple of big plays, and suddenly we got a 35-28er on our hands.
2nd 9 back to pass, and Scott is chased out of the pocket and brought down. King Foreman and Eric Sutton, the defensive ends, converge on the quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to make Wally Kaczynski pretty happy. Have both defensive ends get there with pressure. They're energized all of a sudden. And I tell you what, when they went down 35-21, I watched Glenn Caruso on the sideline. They're down 2 scores. His defense just diving all over the field, not tackling Therese Scott. And he came over to them, gave him a little yell, but patted them on the helmet and said, look, I don't know what he said, but I'm
I would say, wow. 3rd down and 12 here. Scott again being chased out of the pocket by McClanahan. Shakes out of it, gets back to the line of scrimmage across the 25 to the 27. So he makes a little something out of nothing, and the ball comes out at the end, and St. Thomas thinks they have the ball, but we believe the whistle probably suggested otherwise.
Yeah, Scott was down, and at the end of the play, the ball came out. The Tommies are hopping around like they've recovered it, but I think they're going to end up having to punt here. Mount Union is on 4th down. Look, Glenn Caruso I've talked about what he was doing on the sideline. Look, he came over to the defense, patted those guys on the helmet, even though they just had a terrible drive defensively. He pumped them up. He's here trying to pump the crowd up. He's trying to pump the team up. The magnetic way he operates is a big reason why the St. Thomas program is where it is.
One hopper on the punt, or on the snap back to the punter, and he does get it away. And then it takes a St. Thomas bounce. It will be Purple Raider downing it at the 42-yard line. So St. Thomas with another short field with 2:26 to go and all 3 timeouts, and a possibility, again, that if you need to extend the third quarter with the wind at your back, you might use one of those timeouts to do so.
The Mount Union punt was the kick was between about the 10 and the 15, actually where the point of the kick was, not where the ball snapped. And it landed about the 45. So it went about 30 yards in the air and then bounced back toward Mount Union. Great field position for St. Thomas. And they're not out in three wide receivers anymore. This kind of field position lets them go back to what they do best.
Yep, Trucolo and Roberts in the eye, and Roberts takes the toss and runs to the right across the 40 down to the 35, where he's brought down by Durham Alarms, the defensive end, after a gain of 7.
They've run the toss play quite a few times tonight. That time with an offset tight end, basically just backed up one step off the line, but they're running to the strong side of the formation. Now, we've seen a lot of toss plays tonight. That time, Matt Christensen, tight end, was out in front of it.
There's another toss for Roberts. He tries to cut it back up the middle and brought down by the center of the defensive line, including Mike Vidal, along with, again, I believe, Durham Alarms.
And that defensive line for Mount Union, those guys are everywhere. You got Lally bringing pressure from the middle, Mike Furta also bringing pressure from the end, and Durham Alarms. And Mike Vidal kind of gets overshadowed because he's the guy who kind of has to hold up at the point of attack. He basically is the lone run defender, although he does have 5.5 sacks on the year.
3rd down and 3 for the Tommies. Here's a handoff to Roberts. Hesitates, now finds a hole on the right side and goes forward for the first down to the 30-yard line. Just a little bit of hesitation, then some room behind perhaps the right guard, Zach Brennan, and enough for the first.
Jordan Roberts, 6 feet, 222 pounds. The fullback that he lines up next to, 5'10", 228. Got a couple of bowling balls in the backfield behind that offensive line that averages 306 pounds. Look, that has to wear a defense down over the course of a drive and over the course of a game. Got to give Mount Union a lot of credit for holding up against it.
Jordan Roberts, 126 yards on the night, over 2,000 for the season. Here is a pass in and out of the hands of Jack Gilliland. It was perfectly thrown right to him, and he just could not hang on. Trailing in coverage was Trey Jones.
I'll take issue with that description. I think Gould should have put a little more zip on it. He put some air under it, and
Gilliland went up for it too soon.
Yeah, well, or the ball got there too slow.
Yeah, I guess I don't know whose responsibility it is to see how quickly the ball is coming to you.
I think he kind of zipped it, and yeah, he did jump a little early, but
he dropped
the ball needed to be there more quickly.
Hit him in his hands and his helmet. That's a drop. Here's a toss again for Roberts, and Roberts this time stacked up behind the line of scrimmage for a loss. It'll be now 3rd down and about 12.
Jonathan Gunnell shot through the St. Thomas offensive line from his spot and made that tackle. Look, Gunnell is a senior. He's played next to Hank Spencer his entire career, gets a little bit overshadowed, but a guy who's made big plays for Mount Union going back to 2 years ago. There was a semifinal at Mount Union against North Central. Gunnell made a huge interception, but you don't hear his name quite as often as you hear Hank Spencer's, because he's sort of the leader of the defense and the star.
3rd down and 12, possibly 4-down territory here for the Tommies. Faking the handoff, now looking to throw is Gould, looking over the middle for his tight end, and it just sails on him. Goes past over the head of, I believe that's Matt Christensen in the end zone.
Will Heitschuh's going to thank his lucky stars, because Gould basically launched this one, and Christensen wasn't necessarily open, but Heitschuh jumped too early, swung at it and missed, and it actually could have been a touchdown to Christensen, but he didn't hang on to it.
Gropner's going to come on to attempt a 50-yard field goal here, or at least he's lining up to attempt a 50-yard field goal.
Right, nothing is certain with these Tommies.
On a 4th down and 12. Wind is at his back. He's definitely going to have plenty of leg to make this. His long on the season is 51. And there's another fake, and Dowdle trying to run to the left side. He's got a long way to go to the 30, and he does not get there. He needed 12, and he got about 5.
So, look, that's been on film. Vince Karras, Chris Kappas, I'm sure they've seen that. But what St. Thomas gives up there is not a whole lot. Field position-wise, the ball was on the 32 when they snapped that. The question I have there is there was 6 seconds left in the third quarter, so that was St. Thomas's last 6 seconds with the wind. If you believe in Gropner, you get a field goal there because you don't have very much chance of getting that fake on 4th and 12 when you showed that fake on film 2 rounds ago against Wabash, so you know Vince Karras has seen that game.
Yeah, the only difference is that they're running to the left instead of the right. I've seen them run to the right a lot. I've seen them run up the middle. They haven't run to the left as much, and there was room there, but not enough. Dowdle's not fast enough to turn the corner on that.
Pat, have you and I ever done a game where both teams have run fakes on special teams and both failed? I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Not to mention the craziness that happened with the ball bouncing right into Gould's hands for a touchdown.
That bounce is maybe not the craziest thing I've ever seen, but that's pretty high up there because it just popped out. As you had said when you described it, when you had analyzed it, Waldvogel had already fumbled the ball running the exact same play earlier in the game. It pops out in full view of everyone, and it's clear there's nobody within a yard or so of him. It bounces twice in the open field, and Gould is right there trailing it to pick it up and run.
In stride.
And a lot of quarterbacks don't do that.
Well, yeah, they don't. Right, they don't trail the play up the field and have the presence of mind to pick it up and have then the speed to go the distance. But I want to go back to this decision because the more I think about it, the more questionable it is.
Yeah.
You know, you might as well kick. You really don't have very much chance, I don't think, of getting a 4th and 12. And look, Glenn does what he does, and it works great for him. So, for me to stand here and second guess him is tough, but that's kind of what I'm on the broadcast to do.
Yeah, you're so right. Go for it.
So, I mean, the ball's on the 32. The snaps the hold would be at the 39. It'd be a 49-yard kick. But with this wind, again, between 15 and 20 miles an hour all day, Gropner's his kickoffs have gone out of the end zone. So you feel like maybe he can hit from 49 there. The ball is on the hash. I think you attempt a field goal there. But
I think so, too, in all honesty. Those 3 points will probably be of more use to you than having continuing the ball and then having to run it in with the wind in your face for the final however many yards it would have been here starting the fourth quarter.
I mean, look, if it's 4th and 4, that's a good fake. But as much as we talked about their propensity to do those kind of things, I just think it's not it takes away the element of surprise.
Frank Rossi downstairs, what you got?
Well, just want to add that the wind is still as stiff as it's been all night, and the question you got to ask yourself is ultimately, will St. Thomas ever get a chance for a field goal opportunity again tonight? Because now they're against the wind for the rest of the way.
Indeed, they're going to have to find a way to score into the wind, and by the way, they do not have the football. It is Mountain Union ball here to start the fourth quarter. Purple Raiders with a 35-28 lead. And Scott takes the snap, hands it off to Nemeth. Nemeth pushes forward across the 30 up to the 34, a gain of 5.
Glenn Caruso has gone for it a couple times on 4th down tonight. Paid off big for them. One with a broken play touchdown, another time with a completion to Dowdle on 4th and 6 that led to a touchdown drive. So, you know, the way he chooses to operate on 4th down is not just taking advantage of what he would call a leverage point, but also it shows a big belief in this defense that they can come out and get a stop after the fake doesn't work.
Here's Scott, 3 steps drop out of the shotgun. Now he takes it, runs it up the middle himself to the 40, to the 45, to midfield, and finally chased down from behind by the Tommies by Jesse Addo.
Well, the problem is when you blitz, you send 6 guys, and that blitz doesn't get home, and Therese Scott breaks free. There's nobody left standing in the middle of the field to tackle him, and so it turns into a big gain.
Purple Raiders into St. Thomas territory here. First down and 10 at the 48. Nemeth picking his way, looking for a hole down to the 45, make it the 43-yard line.
You don't call the center's name very often, but Mitch Doherty on that blitz pickup, the play before last, got to give him big credit. And that's at least like the third time we've mentioned the senior center for Mount Union. He and his offensive line playing well, especially here in the second half.
35-28 the score. Mount Union with the lead in the football. 13-29 and counting remaining in the fourth quarter. Here's a handoff to B.J. Mitchell. He bursts through the middle of the 35 down to the 30-yard line, and they move the chains once again for another first down.
Hey, look, B.J. Mitchell's job is good work if you can get it. He didn't get a carry in the first half. Comes in, start of the second half, 3 quick carries, 26 yards and a touchdown. He's averaging 8.7 yards per carry at that point. Then another big run right now. He's now up to 4 carries, 39 yards on the day, averaging almost 10 yards a carry. Look, you don't have to get a bunch of carries to be a difference maker.
Here's that split backfield once again for the Purple Raiders with Nemeth to the right and Mitchell to the left, and it's Mitchell getting the ball, running to the right to the 35, the 20, the 15, and brought down inside the 15-yard line at the 12 by Bennett Selahowski.
Pat, you talked about the split backfield. I'd like to talk about the splits on Mount Union's offensive line. Looks like they're widening out their splits between their linemen, so the line is basically creating room for a little bit wider creases. That time, Tyler Baker sealed the corner. That's the right guard, and B.J. Mitchell had an easy run for a first down.
So 1st and 10 from the 13, and here's a give to Nemeth. He goes up the middle to the 5 and is inside the 5-yard line, down close to the first down marker at the 3.
And the Mount Union offensive line, now that tempo is starting to help them and wear down the Tommies.
And on a second down and short, Nemeth looking to convert the first down.
So again, this tempo, they don't huddle. This is pretty common in college right now. It's super common in D3. A lot of the really good teams do it and do it well.
The Purple Raiders line up now on 1st and goal from inside the 3. Nemeth behind Scott, who's in the shotgun, and Nemeth just goes straight forward into the end zone for a touchdown, and Mount Union is back up by 2 scores with 11:52 to go in the ball game.
So we saw Mount Union fake a punt, get stopped, give up a short field touchdown drive to St. Thomas in the first half. Now, St. Thomas fakes a field goal on 4th and 12, does not get it. Wasn't exactly a short field, but that Therese Scott run early in the drive made it a short field, and then Mount Union pretty much just ran it in at will the rest of the way.
Snap is good. Extra point is on the way, and it is good. So with 11:52 to go, 42-28 lead for Mount Union. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more here on our coverage of Stag Bowl 43 from Salem, Virginia.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, then I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
Back out here at Salem Stadium in Salem, Virginia, the championship home for Division III football, men's basketball, Division III, Division II softball, all sorts of things. But tonight, it is the culmination of the 2015 Division III football season on the line, and Mount Union has taken a 2-touchdown lead once again on St. Thomas, and the Purple Raiders lead the Tommies 42-28 with 11:52 to go here in the fourth quarter. I'm Pat Coleman, joined by Keith McMillian, Frank Rossi, keeping warm down on the sidelines. Dave McHugh, our producer. Don't forget, stick with us because we are going all the way through the post-game news conferences. Will be, I think, pretty much your only broadcast home for that. And then afterwards, we will pick the D3Football.com offensive and defensive players of the year, as well as the coach of the year. And the kickoff goes into the end zone, and Gilliland kneels it down, so the Tommies will take over at their own 25-yard line. So still lots of coverage, and of course 11 minutes and 52 seconds of action left as well.
And this is where St. Thomas didn't want to find itself. Of course, no team wants to be down 14 points in the fourth quarter, but for the Tommies, having to pass into the wind, they had the choice at halftime. They took the ball well, they were getting the ball. They chose the direction they were going to go, and they took it in the third quarter rather than delaying to the fourth quarter. And this is the situation where they'd like to have it at their backs.
And here is a give to Roberts in the backfield, and Roberts gets a yard or so, but not much more. Right, you have an option coming out for the second half. You can either take the ball or you can pick a wind direction, and they took the ball, and thinking they might do like they did in the first quarter, where they dominated the offense, at least in terms of points, through the first 20 minutes of the game. That did not happen for them in the third quarter here.
The flip side for that, for St. Thomas, is their best player is going to get the ball a bunch here.
Here's another handoff for Roberts, and Roberts again gets pretty much nowhere, tripped up in the backfield by Mike Vidal.
The flip side to that is if Mount Union defends the run like they've defended it the past two plays, giving it to Jordan Roberts, it's not going to help very much. This brings up a 3rd and 9 here, and a quick 3rd and 9 too. St. Thomas hasn't even had the ball a minute.
Just ticked under 11 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter in a 3-receiver set with Bradley out to the near side, Gilliland and Waldvogel out to the far side for the Tommies on 3rd down and 9. Faking the handoff. Gould rolls out, being chased out by Furta to the right side. Still looking to throw. Steps and dumps it off to, I think that's Bradley coming all the way around, but it is going to be incomplete. Underthrown a little bit. Gould facing a decision, either having to throw it away or run out of bounds with it. Stops as much on a dime as you can and threw it, but just missed his intended receiver.
Oh, really a super savvy play. First of all, an athletic play for him to outrun Furta, tracking him down, and then he gets to the sideline, realizes running out of bounds on 3rd down is not going to help very much, and is able to throw it back.
Yeah, found Trucolo, but couldn't quite get him the ball. And the Tommies will be punting here. Pete Fitzsimmons standing back on his own 12. He gets a low kick away, and it takes St. Thomas, bounces out just across midfield. And the Purple Raiders will start on their own 49-yard line. So with 10:24 to go here in the fourth quarter, we'll take a break, and we'll be back out with more. It's Mount Union leading St. Thomas 42-28 here in Stag Bowl 43.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
Back out here in Salem, Virginia, let's send it downstairs for Frank Rossi.
After the last touchdown, Therese Scott came out the field, had a little work done on his left elbow, looked like a little turf burn that he had to get covered up. Guys, overall though, I noticed, and Keith, we talked about this before, cold weather cramping is something that you have to be very aware of in these situations, and there's been very little of it. So hats off to the conditioning of these teams to not be in that state like we saw a few years ago.
All right, thanks a lot, Frank. 42-28 our score. Mount Union with the lead in the football. Scott looking to throw, throws it, flings it downfield, looking for Roman Namdar, and he is locked up in coverage with Moses Equineby. Literally, I think they were just like locked arms practically.
Yeah, I mean, Namdar honestly maybe could have been called for offensive pass interference, pushing at the end of that play. Probably good no call there. Scott actually double pumped before he threw that, so he had the idea to huck it deep to Namdar before he actually got a chance to let go of it.
2nd and 10, the Purple Raiders have the ball at midfield. Here is a handoff to Mitchell. He reverses field, goes back to the left, makes a man miss, gets a couple of yards into Tommy territory after bobbling the ball and grabbing it back in, and he's brought down by McClanahan.
Yeah, Jesse Addo briefly stripped it from Mitchell, but Mitchell caught it and kept on running, and nobody else was close enough to him to make that strip matter.
So 3rd down and 7. Braden Frisk comes back into the game.
Problem with that shot on 1st down is you don't run much clock.
This is 30 personnel, right? 3 receivers, no tight ends. It's something I learned this year. Scott steps up on 3rd and 7, and he's going to run. He's got room for the 1st down and runs out of bounds at the 38-yard line, a pickup of 9, and they move the chains.
Kind of a jerk about it too, right? He had the 1st down easy, and he sticks the ball out at number 9 for St. Thomas. By this
hand.
No, there's 2 9s. That's why it was driving me nuts. Anyway, Scott had the 1st down easily. Once the pocket broke down, he basically had a straight line to the sticks there.
It got him an extra yard. He stuck the ball out. That's a heady football play. I'm going to go with that. Here's a handoff to the tailback, Mitchell, and Mitchell is brought down by Harrell, the inside linebacker, after a gain of a couple. It'll be 2nd and 8.
And that 1st down run by Scott, regardless of the funny business taunting at the end, it's a big 1st down.
1st downs are important. Keep the clock moving, keep the ball out of the other team's hands.
Right, this one's big because it keeps the clock moving, because St. Thomas is down 2 scores and needs that ball back to close the gap.
Throwing more out of this formation and doing something other than just handing it off to Nemeth and Mitchell. Although they hand it off to Nemeth, and he's got plenty of room to 35 to 20. Yeah, 10-5, touchdown. Purple Raiders go up by 20 points with 8:40 to go in the ball game.
And the Tommies gave it their all, but it doesn't look like their all is going to be quite enough, as Mount Union has dominated all season and now edging into the space we refer to as domination today, up 3 scores. Not just the 3 scores, though. 45 carries, 306 yards rushing. They had 308 yards rushing. They had 306 last week against Whitewater, and we thought that was an outstanding performance. This one's even better. How about this? 6.8 yards per carry for Mount Union. So the guys with the smaller offensive line, doesn't mean that's the worst offensive line.
Extra point is good with 8:40 to go in the game. We'll take a break. It's 49-28, Mount Union in the lead.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
I'm a current Division III student athlete, and I remember how intimidating the first year of college can be.
So if you're a first-year student athlete and nervous about coming out as LGBTQ, I pledge to stand by your side as your ally.
If you can play Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I believe student athletes can help break down the barriers of exclusion.
I pledge to support and encourage my teammates
to support my campus's LGBTQ student group
by volunteering and participating in events.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete,
and I believe that everyone should be educated on LGBTQ issues.
I pledge to work with my athletic department and my campus to foster dialogue and create a community of support, respect, and pride.
If you can play in Division III.
We are Division III student athletes, and you can be too. If you can play in Division III.
Back out here at Salem Stadium, where Mount Union has rolled up 321 yards of total offense in the first quarter and a half here in the second half, and Logan Nemeth just went over 200 yards rushing for the day, and his touchdown puts Mount Union up 49-28 with 8:40 to go.
Yeah, let's rewind. It was 14-all at the half. Mount Union didn't score in the first quarter.
That happened. That was all today. All those things happened today.
Now been 7 touchdowns.
And the kickoff by Austin Downey is away, taken at the 2-yard line by Gilliland to the 20, to the 30. Got a little bit of room, being chased by the kicker, Downey, and Downey finally gets a hand on him and escorts him out of bounds at the Mount Union 40-yard line. So that is a kickoff return of 58 yards.
Well, look, the Tommies have 8 minutes, 30 seconds left in this thing to get back in, and the quickest way to get down the field, I guess, is the kick return. No point in having to run a play, right?
That was 10 seconds off the clock and then 58 yards.
I'm not going to count this as a caught by the kicker because Downey had such an angle on Gillen there, but he tried to turn the Jets on, and Downey looked like he almost was like, I got this, and then he realized, boy, I better really run, or he's going to turn the corner on me.
He was just kind of looking to run him off the road, trying to run him into the wall in turn 3. But it's 1st and 10 for the Tommies at the Purple Raider 40-yard line, and Roberts finds a hole on the left side after he was looking to run up the middle, and he picks up 6 yards down to the 34.
Yeah, that kickoff return really seemed to energize the Tommies. You get 6 yards on first down. You can tell they're I mean, obviously being down 49-28, down 3 scores, they're already kind of energized and they want to move quickly as it is, but I think that kick return really picks your team up quite a bit.
3 receivers, including the tight end Dowdle, out to the far side, and it is Bradley, the wide out to the near on 2nd down and 4. Gould looking to throw, being chased out of the pocket, pursued by 2 Purple Raiders, and Lally deflects it and nearly catches it as it goes as a pass broken up. It'll be 3rd down and 4.
Hey, from the Mount Union perspective now, you're up 3 scores, but you want to step on their necks. And I wish there was a less weird way to explain that. But, I mean, you want to extinguish any hope that they have of coming back in this game.
Do you want to put the nail in the coffin? I'm not sure that's
better.
I
don't want to do that. I think extinguish hope is pretty good, right?
Liberal.
And so they can't relax defensively. And you saw Tom Lally, you saw Hank Spencer, 2 of the leaders on that defense coming after Gould on that play. Those 2 guys aren't relaxing.
3rd down and 4. Now with the double tight end set, Gould is going to take it up the middle. He gets off a tackle. Now he's got a little bit of room to the 30 and slides down at the 27-yard line beyond the sticks by a couple of yards. It'll be 1st down for the Tommies there. Clock rolling with 7:45 once the chain's set.
Now that's a designed run for a quarterback, and he slides in the open field like he's got the same protections.
It'll be 1st down and 10. They need 3 touchdowns here with 7.5 minutes to go, and here is a penalty marker that comes out. And look at the explanation.
Illegal substitution on the offense. 12 men on the field. 5-yard penalty.
I tell you, a couple weeks ago, the Wabash coaching staff was very insistent that they had too many men in the huddle all the time, like constantly, as if it would have been on every play. They didn't get any calls against them that day, but there was one called last week in the Linfield game, and then pretty similarly here, although I think in this case they just legitimately had too many guys out there.
Well, I take it it's a more traditional D3 press box where you can hear the coaches yelling.
Oh, yeah, you should be in the St. Thomas home side of the press box. That is something else, and there is a pass by Gould that goes nowhere over the head of Gilliland, and to be honest with you, here, I'll describe it for you. Have you been in Ursinus's press box?
If I have, it hasn't been since the night.
That's way too random. I'm sorry. So it's a big open box. There's elevated seating for about 6 people behind, and then all the people who work the game, the scoreboard operator, sound guy, et cetera, et cetera. And then over here, with no protection, no door or anything, is the visiting coaches. And Eric Rayburn, the Wabash coach, coaches from the press box. So that is the guy who is complaining about all of the late substitutions, guys coming in and out of the huddle. That was an interesting experience. Here's Gould looking for Dowdle and tangled up, and the penalty marker comes out as it was Kochev along with Dowdle.
And their feet got tangled up, and I said earlier in the broadcast, look, if the guy's feet get tangled up, you probably don't call it. If you have an arm out there, you usually do. That time, though, Kochev kind of did have a weird angle, and he got there a little early.
And 2 guys through.
Pass interference, defense, number 31. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Yeah, Dave reminds us it was 3 flags that came out, so there was at least some unanimity among the folks in the general vicinity. So it's a first down for St. Thomas.
True. It wasn't like they were running side by side and their feet got tangled up. Kochev came in on an angle, got tangled up with the feet, so that's where the pass interference was.
An angle tangle.
And to be honest, Kochev, probably the most glad person out there that Mount Union has a 3-touchdown lead, because he hasn't had his best game tonight. Got beat for a touchdown earlier. Had a nice play on special teams that we didn't get to call out, a big tackle, but hadn't had a great day.
1st and 10 from the 18. Hits Waldvogel in stride down to the 10, down to the 8-yard line, which is going to put him pretty much right at the sticks. We'll see if they bring him out here, and I think they're going to be measurably about a half-yard short. The stick is right on the stripe of the 8, and the ball is about a foot short. A second and inches from there.
Clock went under 7 minutes on that completion.
Here's Gould. There's a handoff in the backfield to Waldvogel. He pushes his way across the 5 down to the 3, so that'll move the chains and stop the clock momentarily. Slow to get up. One of the extra tight ends and a little bit of extracurricular activity as well. Wolfgang Dvorak, whose name I might not get to call the rest of the night, so I thought I'd throw that in there, from Waseca, Minnesota, the senior tight end.
Yeah, he pushed Mike Furta a little bit after the play was over, but the whistle hadn't blown.
Here's Roberts. Roberts cuts inside and goes into the end zone for the touchdown. So with 6:23 to go, St. Thomas has an opportunity to cut the lead down to 14 and also tie Wesley for the most number of points scored against Mount Union this year.
Well, Wesley, when they got to 49-35, Logan Nemeth broke off a 73-yard run that put it away, and that game was a 56-35 final. In this case, we should be praising St. Thomas for not laying down when they went down 3 touchdowns, got the kick return, about a 60-yard kick return, and then put together a quick touchdown drive.
Here's the snap. Dowdle gets it down. Kick is on the way and good. So 6:23 to go. The lead is cut to 49-35. And in the Gagliardi Trophy ceremony on Wednesday night, I mentioned to Joe Callahan that probably he was the one who led the offense who was going to score the most points on Mount Union this year. Not quite. St. Thomas has matched that, but they need a couple of onside kicks and a couple more touchdowns. We'll see what happens here in the final 6:23. We'll be back after this Stag Bowl 43 coverage with Mount Union leading St. Thomas 49-35.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus. I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
Jordan Roberts with his 34th rushing touchdown of the season, his 36th overall for St. Thomas, but his team is still down 49-35, and now Mount Union's brought out the hands team. They've got 10 guys within 10 yards of the restraining line here, as everybody in the building pretty much has to believe that St. Thomas is going for the onside kick here, down by 2 scores with 6:23 to go in the ballgame.
Yeah, and normally you kick deep with this much time on the clock, but the 2 scores rather than 1 score does make things pretty urgent.
And of course the wind blows the ball off the tee.
Well, if you're trying to onside kick and you need to use a guy to be the holder,
you're in trouble.
It kind of messes things up.
Yeah. It gives you one less guy to track it down. Here we go, Gropner kicking from right to left. Bunch of guys with low numbers up front for the Purple Raiders. And Gropner gets it onside, and he covers it himself, and he's got it! Well, Gropner just followed the bouncing ball all the way to the 45-yard line, and he got down and picked it up, so the Tommies are still alive.
That can't be executed any more perfectly. Now, Logan Nemeth.
It's amazing.
Logan Nemeth is the up back. Lane Clark is in there. Tim Kennedy. These are your best players playing on the hands team, okay? So there's no reason those guys should be bailing. Nemeth.
Yeah, they know they don't have to stay back at the 10 yards back once the ball's been kicked.
Yeah, but Nemeth is about 12 yards back, and then he gets hit by the first the first runner. Basically, when you're trying to get that onside kick and the kicker's kicking it to himself, there's going to be someone assigned to take out the first Mount Union player who has a chance to recover the onside kick. But Nemeth is 12 yards back. He can be 8, 7, right? He should be chasing after that ball quicker than Gropner is.
And so St. Thomas will have the ball at its own 45-yard line. And the officials are going to talk us here.
The recovery has been challenged.
Well, might as well challenge it. They have the opportunity to do so. They have a timeout to use. I don't think they're going to win this challenge, but there was, in all honesty, if you're up by 2 scores and you want to hang on to the football and you've got all your timeouts, might as well.
It's also a free timeout, so Karras can regroup, talk to his defense. Although he's not doing that, he's basically staring at the officials. I guess you challenge it because you can.
Because you can.
All right, but it costs timeout.
Dave is reminding us that Gropner sold that well, as if he was kicking it deep. Yeah.
Yeah, he did do a nice job of that. Now here's another thing: if Gropner, as he's running next to it, if that ball grazes him in any way, then he touched it too early, and the recovery's no good. So you might as well make him look at it.
And they're going to look at it. We'll give you one more look at it. But I think it was correct on the field.
But here on this replay, why is Nemeth?
Yeah, he's going backwards because he sold it well. That's what Dave said, right?
Right. The best players on the defense are lined up 12 yards. They should be on the foot. I think your foot should be on the 10. You're 10 yards away if you're expecting an onside kick. Yeah, I don't think Gropner touched it.
No, that's a really good angle right there. That's the one that's going to sell it.
As we get a good look at the replay here. Also, he's careful not to touch it. He's running alongside it, but I think
he gets in front of it and then he corrals it like a little.
Team recovered the ball after it went 10 yards. First down.
I say that's the definition of a successful onside kick. So there you go. Joe Reed is being pointed for a reason. Joe Reed is the guy who got that block that kept Nemeth away from it.
I mean, those are your best players: Nemeth, Kochev, Tim Kennedy, Lane Clark. Those are some of your best players. Guys had great games tonight, and just a special teams failure on their part, because I think everyone in the stadium is expecting onside kick at that point. Well executed by St. Thomas, and whatever happens here for the Tommies, great job coming back.
So St. Thomas with the ball at its own 45-yard line. Gould with a 3-step drop out of the shotgun. He's chased by Lally, recovers, looking to throw downfield into triple coverage, and it's picked off. Picked off by Lewis Berry, the freshman who leads in interceptions with his 5th pick of the season, and a very short-lived glimmer of hope there for St. Thomas.
Yeah, talk about great job. That's great job by Lewis Berry. Now, it wasn't a good throw by Gould. He threw into triple coverage. Berry, the freshman, we talked about him earlier, potentially the next Trey Jones, potentially the next Isaiah Scott. I know that's getting ahead of ourselves for a freshman, but he just showed you there why they have such big hopes for him, why they have a freshman on their 58-man travel roster for the Stag Bowl, because he makes plays like that. He's dependable in coverage.
Yeah, he came in a couple of weeks ago against Wesley when Trey Jones was banged up, came in and performed well. I mean, Wesley attacked him. They threw the ball at him, which is what you do to a freshman cornerback who comes in, but he gets the job done here. Bracketed coverage, right? That's exactly what it looks like, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just a bad idea all around.
Here's B.J. Mitchell on the first down carry, and he is tripped in the backfield, stumbles forward back to the line of scrimmage, but Jesse Addo in there for the tackle.
Yeah, going back to the interception now, and we just crossed under the 6 minutes. Look, this was it was a bad idea for Gould to throw that. Ryan Bradley was coming across the formation. He was bracketed by Brian Groves over the top, and Lewis Berry, the freshman, underneath. And Bradley kind of had stopped running because he didn't think he was open, and then Gould threw it to him anyway. And then there was a third player coming from the other side of the field who didn't get there quite in time, but Berry had the pick, and now it's Mount Union really just trying to run the clock out.
I think Jones was that third guy, and here is a handoff to Nemeth. Nemeth gets a couple of yards and is brought down after a short gain. What will be third down and long, and looks like St. Thomas is taking a timeout here with 5:23 to go.
Well, got to be so frustrating for the Tommies to get that onside kick, basically to score when it's 49-28, score, make it 49-35, then get that onside kick. You feel like you have all the momentum, and then just a really the first down interception, a poor decision to throw it. You know, I know you're hustling and you feel like you got to score quickly to get back in the game, but got to take care of the ball. You got to make good decisions, and Gould has really made good decisions all night. That one though may cost the Tommies their chance to come back in this one. Now, Glenn Caruso not giving up. Obviously, you talked about that with him in the pregame. He's not the giving up type. He's not the going down easy type. And he pulled his team over there for the sideline at the half,
Frank,
during the timeout.
I want to send it to Frank quickly downstairs.
You know, the challenge, though, actually allowed them to go from no wind at all to about a 30-hour gust, and that made a difference, too, in that pass, to look like.
Here's a pass complete into Purple Raider territory. Coming out of the backfield, Logan Nemeth making a big catch.
Well, yeah, coming out of the timeout. This time they went. It was not the split backs. It was the offset. The pistol with Nemeth basically as the up back, what would look like almost a power I, except Scott is the quarterback. They fake the handoff to Mitchell, and then Nemeth runs a pass route right up the seam. So it's play action. Nemeth up the seam. He only had like 9 catches, something like that, coming in.
9 catches for 77 yards and a touchdown coming into the night. Absolutely. A big catch there that moves the chains and keeps the ball out of the Tommies' hands with the Purple Raiders. A 14-point lead. Here is a handoff to Nemeth. Dances his way through up to the 35, down to the 34. Pickup of just about 5.
So this thing is not quite over, but if you're a Purple Raiders rooter, if you are a long-time listener, follower of Division III,
a Raider rooter,
wow, you can't help but wonder, where does this team belong in the pantheon of great Mount
Raiders?
Union teams?
Yeah.
I mean, to come from 14 down early in this game, to score 21 points in the third quarter, to roll up 49 and still counting potentially, with getting near the 4-minute mark here. Got to start talking about it.
And it's been an impressive offensive performance for the Purple Raiders in a lot of different ways they're doing it. Is here Nemeth converts on 2nd down and 6, going for 7 yards.
No, and I don't think this is the most talented Mount Union team, but here are some guys who had a great day today and won't get a ton of credit, but we're going to give them some. How about those 4 seniors and a junior across the offensive line? Brooks Jenkins, Michael Frank, Mitch Doherty, Tyler Baker, Matt Fitchett. We did talk about them on the podcast last week, so they do get some credit.
You talked about them.
Right. You know.
That counts, yeah.
You talked about some O-line yourself, so it's not that these guys don't get any credit, and to be honest, you got to throw Lane Clark in there because he done a bunch of blocking as a tight end.
here with the split backs once again. Nemeth again gets the call. Cuts back at the 26 down to the 25 for a gain of 2 on first down.
These guys, that O-line, they're going to go out their final 2 games.
As St. Thomas takes a timeout.
Rushing for more than 300 yards against Wisconsin Whitewater, and they're now at 50 carries, 322 yards, 4 rushing touchdowns against St. Thomas. So these are 2 of the biggest, toughest teams in D3, if not the 2 biggest. We're going to have to probably reserve toughest for Mount Union at this point because they ran 50 times, 322 yards, 6.4 yards a carry against a defense that gave up, hardly a sniff of the end zone all season.
Whereas St. Thomas on the other side has rushed a little bit more than 4 yards a carry, 47 carries for 205 yards. And also, we talked about the difference in quarterbacking in the pregame show as well. Therese Scott, 12 of 19 for 201 yards, and John Gould, 8 for 22 for 123 yards.
Well, look, both these guys are mobile. They don't resemble each other, I guess, in appearance or body type, but they both made great plays tonight running the ball. Therese Scott, 12 of 19, 201 passing, but also adding those 45 yards rushing in there. One of them, big first down.
2nd down and 8. Nemeth bounces off one of his own linemen and pushes forward down to about the 22 for another gain.
Gould, 8 of 22 passing, 2 touchdowns, the 1 interception.
Sutton. Timeout, St. Thomas. 30-second timeout.
So St. Thomas just trying to preserve some of this game, preserve some clock as they're down by 2 touchdowns with 3:06 to go. And Mount Union content to just drive and pile drive forward.
Nice melding of words there, right? They're driving and they're also pile driving at this point. Going back to talking about Gould and his mobility, obviously he had that play where he picked up the ball that bounced into his hand, so that's what gives him 10 attempts for 41 yards rushing today, because
that doesn't actually go as rushing yards. Actually, that's why his long is 14, but he ran that ball about 30 yards to the end zone.
So he has 41 rushing yards, counting the four times he's been sacked as well. So he's had a nice day running the ball. They called design plays for him. And really, though, he's going to say, I had a great game, but he's going to kick himself, maybe forever, with that interception.
Here is another handoff to Mitchell, and Mitchell tripped up in the backfield by Selahowski. It'll be 4th down. Mountain Union could bring out the field goal unit here. It is 4th down and 4 from about the 21-yard line. This would be a 38-yard or so attempt with the wind.
They're up 2 scores, 49-35, 2:40 and counting on the clock. Mountain Union taking its sweet time getting the play in from the sideline. They do not huddle.
They could take a timeout and kick a field goal, or they could take a timeout and run a play, or they could bring the play up to the line of scrimmage here. Play clock is at 5. Down to 0. So they take the timeout to avoid the delay of game.
Stay with us in the post game, because we're going to ask Vince Karras about. Yeah, it's just started to snow, and it's kind of it's blowing through here pretty viciously all of a sudden. So the St. Thomas folks may want to bail on this one, down 2 scores. Although with 2:19 left, still anything could happen.
They're not going to get back to St. Paul any faster if they leave right now.
We're going to ask Vince Karras in the post game about the halftime adjustment, big adjustment on offense. Talked about this a little bit when we were off air with Adam Turer. They went to split backs in the second half. They looked like they widened their line splits a little bit. Their blocking was much better in the second half. This was a 14-14 game at halftime. It's now 49-35. Huge 35-point second half for Mount Union, and they really started to dominate in the run game. So we're gonna have to ask Coach about that in the post game.
So 4th down and 4, and the Purple Raiders bring the offense back out. Scott is going to roll to the left side. He's got the first down across the 20. Spin move down to the 15 and the 11-yard line, as that first down is going to put a capper on it here with 2:13 to go and St. Thomas out of timeouts.
And if you had to guess who he followed on the offensive line, Mitch Doherty led the way. Michael Frank, the left guard, couple of seniors. I mean, what better way to go out for an O-lineman than to grind out a 4th down in the snow and disgusting weather. Your team is up. I mean, these guys, you know, again, they're not nobody's voting for them.
Did you?
As MVP, MOP, Most Outstanding Player, Stag Bowl, but I'm going to mention the names again. Brooks Jenkins, Michael Frank, Mitch Doherty, Tyler Baker, Matt Fitchett. I'll throw Lane Clark in there, the tight end. Those guys, wonderful, wonderful day, especially in the second half, blocking. And now the celebration is pretty much on for the Purple Raiders.
Just an amazing second half. And really starting from the final 10 minutes or so of the second quarter on, the last 40 minutes of the game, not quite all Purple Raiders, but pretty darn close.
Yeah, and I guess the margin here has gotten big enough to where St. Thomas won't kick itself for any one decision or indecision that they've made. To be honest, they had a couple of fortunate plays to even stay in this game as much as they did here in the second half. The broken play touchdown to start the half, the ball that bounced into Gould's hands. That'll be a highlight on the sports highlight shows tonight, and maybe be in the montage for years to come. But that's not the winning team. The team that put the domination together here in the second half was Mount Union. This game was tied at halftime, and Mount Union is going to kneel it out and win 49-35, more than likely.
Clock rolling with $1:30 to go. The wind and the snow now well over 30 miles an hour, just blowing in the faces of the St. Thomas players right now, and it has got to sting the way this ended up.
And look, if you're the Tommies, on one hand, you're proud the way things finished out. You know, you got down in this game, 3 scores, you came back and put a score on the board. You got the onside kick, but I think all the drama that could have been in this finish, was taken away when Gould threw that interception. So let's talk about Vince Karras. Guys won, I believe, 10 championships, 2 as a player, 8 as an assistant coach. We rose up to defensive coordinator alongside his father, Larry Karras, who is on staff, by the way. He's the AD at Mount Union. He retired after 2012, but his version of retirement is still staying involved with the football team. Don't get that twisted.
As a quarterback's coach.
After 2 losses in Salem, Vince Karras wins, Mount Union wins. Therese Scott runs to the middle of the field. Clock's still running, about 25 seconds to go. Roman Namdar is jumping up in the middle of the field. Mount Union streaming, standing on the Stag Bowl logo. Those guys are celebrating, and St. Thomas takes the slow walk to exchange high fives and hugs with Mount Union. It was quite a battle, but the final score
is 49-35. The scoreboard says 52-35, so I just wanted to stop you before posterity was recorded with a different score.
And there go the fireworks. I did notice that, and I wasn't going to say it.
I appreciate that.
I was like, I would have known if they kicked the field goal because they were just kneeling. And look, for Vince Karras, he's a D3 lifer, Mount Union lifer. Obviously grew up in the program alongside his father, who himself was a Mount Union player, built this program into a dominant program. But you have to be happy for him winning this thing because he came here the past 2 years. Wisconsin Whitewater beat him last week. They avenged the loss to Whitewater. They beat them 36-6. And then this year, and this week, 6 days after beating Whitewater, they beat St. Thomas here in Salem 49-35. First championship for Vince Karras as a head coach. Again, don't feel bad for him. He's